That's a piece of equipment, and that's one of hundreds of pieces of equipment that are worth looking at. But who's very hard on the data
aspects, but hopefully this will stop because it's a heinous act and it's just horrific and it's just this horrible tragedy. But before, okay, I'm fixing the audio issue. I thought it was playing, but Mark D'Antonio just informed me that there was no audio coming through, but I fixed it, so you're going to hear a replay of an interview that Jamie and I did with Mark D'Antonio. This is from last year. I think it was sometime in the spring, late spring, early summer. So I'm going to play that now. So enjoy the interview that Jamie and I did with Mark D'Antonio. Okay, I'm fixing the audio issue. I thought it was playing, but Mark D'Antonio just informed me. And Laird Scranton, The Mysteries of Skara Brae, Scotland. So it's going to be a really great event. So I'm going to be there, and I hope others will join. And if you're not familiar, you can take New York State through.
Mark D'Antonio. How you doing, Mark?
Is Mark still with us?
He's got a little yellow bar near his name, which means his connections might be bad. You there, Mark?
Hi, I'm here.
Okay. Breaking up a little bit. I don't know what the connection issue is, but we'll see if it resolves here.
All right, let's see. I have a fairly strong signal.
Okay, you're better now.
There you go.
Okay, great.
So how you doing tonight?
I'm very good. Thank you for having me on the show. It's awesome to be here.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure having you on. All the work you do is great, and you really lend a lot of positive things to the community as far as your analysis, which is really, really professional.
Well, you know what? When you're starting to look at UFOs, you also have to keep in mind that many UFO sightings are actually ordinary objects captured in an extraordinary manner with the camera. And, this doesn't make me a debunker. It makes me someone who is very hard on the data, because when we get the real thing, we're going to know it and we're going to be able to discern it from all the chaff, all that fake stuff, all the mistaken identities. Mm-hmm. That's important. I'm not trying to debunk. I want to be shown that I'm wrong. I want to be proven wrong. I want to be, able to say this object doesn't fall into any known category. I'm elated. I'm not going to be disappointed. I'm going to be elated.
Well, what you was before we got on the air, you were speaking about the camera that you've been using now. I would say it would be a new toy. It would be a new toy for me. And how does that camera pick up the imagery that you're trying to gather, as far as getting these photographs?
Well, I usually I have my nose to the grindstone, so to speak, and I always have my ear to the technology trends. And one of the things that I saw coming was a super zoom camera. And when it finally hit the market, I couldn't decide when I was going to jump into that technology. But then I just went for it, and I bought a Nikon P900, P as in Paul, P900. And it's a camera that gives you the handheld capability to zoom in to 83 power or 2,000 millimeters. And I couldn't believe the quality that I was receiving with this camera. Handheld, I can fill the frame of the camera with a section of the moon. And I just did it a little while ago. I had it out, and it's the waxing gibbous moon. And I actually pointed it at Tycho, the big crater with the rays near the lower end of the moon that you see there. And I zoomed in on it, and I kept zooming and kept zooming and kept zooming until I couldn't see any sky. All I saw was moon in the image, and I took the picture handheld. Now, that means there's a lot of things going on here, and that particular camera is good because it showcases a couple of new technologies. One is, as the image hits the camera sensor, the sensor is analyzing the motion that you're making as you try to hold this shaky image still. Mm-hmm. And it corrects the image on the sensor as best it can. At the same time, the lens is also detecting the motion because it has accelerometers in it, like your iPhone or any of the modern smartphones have, to detect the motion. And it's countering the motion it feels with a corresponding motion in the lens that will allow the image to stay on the sensor. So those two technologies together keep that object on the frame. Now, you can easily, blow it to pieces just by turning, a half a degree to the left.
Rapid motion.
But if you hold still, reasonably still, and you kind of compress your hands together and you kind of look at the moon and you go out to the full length, you can actually get some phenomenal imagery. For instance, there was a jet going over, a moving target, and this jet was going over, and I looked at its ADS-B data, the data that it transmits, and it told me that the jet was 6 miles away at 8,800 feet. And I took the camera, handheld, and I went to the full extent of the lens, and I said, okay, what kind of plane is it? Well, it was obvious. It was actually a FedEx transport. And I slowly panned with it. And, of course, it was shaking around as I was moving it, but the camera steadied it into the frame, and I took several shots, 4 shots, in fact. Mm-hmm. And in 2 of the shots, at 6 miles away, I could see the pilot in the pilot seat without any problem.
Oh, wow.
And under the entrance door, it said in very small writing, which I could fully and clearly read, "The world on time." Amazing. Wow. Now, why do I tell you this? I tell you this because this is where it's going. This is where the technology is going to go. This technology will eventually, in some form, appear in our smartphones and elsewhere. You can already buy attachments for your iPhone that will give you a telephoto lens that's optical, not a digital zoom. All right, and you can also get other systems that will allow you to stabilize an image. Now, if the image isn't stable enough in your resulting footage, say you did a video of the moon and something weird passed in front of the moon, all right, well, then you could go and you could take that resulting file, that video file, whether it's a MP4 or it's a AVI file of some kind. Those are image format or video formats that are fairly common, and you could take that and run it through a product which is free called Virtual Dub 64. Yep. And it has over 200 filters you can apply to the video. One of them is called Deshaker. And you can actually stop that wild shaking that you see of the moon and stabilize it. So the moon would be rock steady in the center of the image, but the borders around the image dance around like it's going out of style. Now, you only care about the data in the center. And so that's the kind of thing you would see. That you can do now. In fact, I'm teaching that. You mentioned the MUFON Symposium. I will be teaching how to use these systems down at the field investigator training at the MUFON Symposium in August in Orlando.
Wow.
And that would be fantastic.
It's funny that you mentioned about the phones because a lot of this video that's you see captured, it's out of focus. It's shaking. And I have the Galaxy S6 phone.
Yes.
And though it is a decent, does have a decent video aspect of it, it's still just not quite good with the focal point and the lighting. So these additions, like what you just mentioned, would be a great asset to have if you're going to be taking any kind of videos or photos of any kind of anomalous activity. But I also want to ask you a question personally, since I own a telescope. Would that camera that you have be able to be mounted on the eyepiece to take snapshots, stills of the moon through my telescope, you think?
Well, see, I had to make a decision when I decided, to buy this camera. I have, a D90 Nikon, which is a DSLR, a single lens reflex camera, digital, and I could take the lens off and mount it directly to my telescope. I have a 10-inch Meade, Schmidt-Cassegrain system, and I could mount it to that and take pictures. To do that kind of mounting to a telescope, you need to be able to take the lens off.
Right.
So with the P900, you don't have the option to take the lens off. So I had to think long and hard about that. I wasn't sure that I was going to want to do that, and so I thought, I looked at the zoomed images that it was capable of, and I thought, well, I won't be able to, take the lens off to do prime focus photography. And in the time I said that sentence, I had already bought the camera. That's how excited I was about it. Okay, I figured, all right, the camera itself is offering me the capability to do a 2,000 millimeter telephoto, which is a lot for those of you who aren't aware. It gives you that kind of zoom capability, and it does 1080p video footage as well, HD. And it's a darn good camera. In fact, I think it's actually the best rated camera of that bunch of super zooms. It depends who you talk to and all. But it has the best image stabilization. It's dual image stabilization. The DIS system. And that's the thing I was mentioning before. That kind of thing, you're not going to be able to stick it on a telescope and do that kind of photography. That's the negative. That is a downside.
Mm-hmm.
However, the upside is all you have to do is put the camera on a tripod if you really want to do a 2,000 millimeter shot.
Right.
And you could take shots all night long. For instance, the other night I aimed it at Saturn, which is you look in the sky. I'm looking at Saturn right as we speak this moment. And I can see it. It's a yellowish dot in the sky. Mm-hmm. Now, you zoom in with any telephoto lens, like a 300 millimeter or even a 600, and you look at the image you get, and it's still a tiny little dot. Mm-hmm. But the P900, I zoomed all the way into the point where I could see the space in between the rings on the planet. Now, I couldn't fill it with Saturn because Saturn, of course, is very far away. The camera has some practical limits. But I could clearly see Saturn and its ring system. And that was phenomenal. Jupiter, I could see the moons around Jupiter. Mm-hmm. And you have to do a trade-off. Do you want a bright image of Jupiter, or do you want to see the moons, or do you want an image where you can't see the moons, but you want to see the cloud bands on Jupiter? You have to decide what you're going to do. And the camera allows you the flexibility of going through all that. But that's the camera. That's a piece of equipment, and that's one of hundreds of pieces of equipment that are worth looking at. But in the hunt for UFOs, having a good camera, yes, that's all good. But what's the big problem? It's just one. It's one camera, and you're one person. So where do you look, and what is the likelihood that you're going to find something? There's people in the audience right now who are nodding their heads. Yeah, like, of course. How is one person going to find something? And the answer is, it has to be a very lucky photo, right?
Yeah.
So our goal, and I work with a guy named Douglas Trumbull who did the visual effects and special effects for Spielberg's Close Encounters of the Third Kind. He did Blade Runner. He did the Star Trek movies. It goes on and on. Doug has an Academy Award for that work. And we became friends because he's also an avid UFO hunter. And he's only an hour from me in Connecticut. So I started working with him at his studio. We did some movies and stuff like that. Great fun working with a legend. I was very nervous in the beginning, and now I came to know him now as a very good friend. Well, Doug had a project he started called UFOTOG, UFOTOG, and it stood for UFO Photog. Now, in the old days, they used to call press photographers photogs, F-O-T-O-G. Okay, we understand that. So that's where the genesis of that name came from. And when I saw the system, it was a Humvee with a roof that opened up and big telescopes came up on a hydraulic lift. It was the most impressive thing I've ever seen. And I said to Doug, I go, how many of these can you make? And he looks at me and he goes, well, this one was very expensive. I said, yeah, but, we have to go to places I don't know that this thing can travel to. And he says, yeah, well, I've always said, it's a Humvee. It's not going to be able to travel up a remote mountainside or whatever. And I said, well, then maybe we should come up with a new system. We'll call it UFOTOG 2. And it will be a dinner platter, size object. And it'll have sensors and cameras on it that we can leave remotely, charge it with solar panels. And it will watch the sky for us and then talk to us and tell us what it's found. Mm-hmm. What do you think of that? Yeah. He said, oh, that's a great idea. And so that started a whole new direction technologically. And since we started that like 2.5 years ago, we're at the point now, I honestly thought this was going to go a lot faster. I really did. And, I feel like an idiot because I didn't recognize how much development time was going to take. I was a computer guy, for years. I was a programmer. I understood how to build systems, but I didn't have the practical electrical engineering experience. So I went to MUFON and talked to our director of technology, who was a former scientist and developer at the Lawrence Livermore Laboratory out in California. And he had an entire group of people that he'd still worked with. And most of them wanted to join our team and be part of this, and it was great. And so now, within in the last 6 months, we have a new camera design, smaller than a GoPro, more sensitive, can handle 4 times the capability of the GoPros, and it will be able to see a spot in the sky that is not too wide, but we're going to have 8 cameras on these platters on UFOTOG 2, which will see the whole sky together. And then we're going to have sensors that detect certain types of radiation that we expect an advanced race that's visiting us will give off. And this will be a consequence of the technology they choose to use that we think they'll use, because on our astrophysical horizon, I've said this before, we see that buried within string theory are propulsion concepts,
Right.
excuse me, that we can take part in eventually. We can't do it now. But the consequence of using these technologies is that in the transitions from, say, one-dimensional space to our 4 dimensions of X, Y, and Z all moving through time, a spacecraft will leave what we call, and coined as a phrase, skid marks
Yes.
of their technology. And those skid marks are what we're going to look for. We're going to look for them visually. We're going to look for them in the infrared, the UV. We're going to look for them in spectral regions. And we're going to look for high-energy emissions of radiation, which might not be expected in normal conditions. But if an advanced race is using this technology, they'll most certainly be there. So if you see a little white dot moving across the sky in one of the cameras, and it just winks out, but that wink out is associated with a burst of gamma ray radiation, or this other radiation we're looking for, then you have a smoking gun. And that's what we're after. I said before, we're bringing ufology into the 21st century. And, we're doing it because no one else is doing it. Now, I talked to the CubeSat folks. I love their project. I think that's outstanding. There's other UFO projects out there. We've tried to talk to them, and we've extended emails and so forth, and they just won't talk to us. I don't know why. We're not trying to threaten them. We're not trying to, create turf. This data and these findings that we're looking for, they don't belong to me and Doug and our team. They belong to all of us. They belong to the world. They belong to humanity. And that is the thing that I think is important. This is a worldwide project. It's a world scope, and it involves as many people as want to come on board and help us. And everyone is going to share in the findings. And it's not, and if you don't, if say, Jamie and you, Bill, don't bother to work with us at all, well, you're going to be just as welcome to enjoy our findings, and just as, thanked by us for your support. Whether you help us, you help us on the radio, let me talk about it. Well, that's support. That's getting the word out. I think it's a world project. I can't wait to see some results.
Now, Mark, can you explain to our listeners how you first got involved in astronomy and your work as a video analyst? Was it something that interested you as a kid? How did that evolve?
You know what? I'm going to tell you, Jamie. When I was a little kid, I needed to have open heart surgery, and that was looming in my future. I was like 7 or 8, and they told me I was going to have surgery. I was going to be the 17th person in the country to have this special surgery. Wow. So I was scared. Okay, and I look at the sky at night, and I don't know what it was, but I was only 8 years old then. But I looked up at the sky at night. I saw the Milky Way because I was in a dark area, and I literally felt homesick. Like, there's something up there for me. I don't know what it is. I never saw a UFO at that point. I never experienced anything at that point. I have since, but and it wasn't actually friendly and all happy. It wasn't all peaches and cream. But I knew that there was something else there. And when I at age 9, I got out of the hospital, and I never said anything about astronomy to anybody. But guess what? One of my friends gave my parents the money to buy me a telescope. And that changed everything, right? And I started looking at the sky. I looked at a lens flare, and I thought it was a crater on the moon, and I had my parents look at it, and they went, "Oh, that's wonderful." They didn't know any different. I didn't know any different. But that changes as you move on. And then I got better at it and thought, "Oh, that's the moon. This isn't," And then, but I was always thinking, there's got to be, among those points of light out there, there's got to be other people, other beings looking back at me and saying, "I wonder what else there is out there." I always thought that ever since I was a kid. And of course, watching Captain Kirk on Star Trek, saying, "We've got to get off the planet or we'll die." It's like, I had to feel something, and that just, that was actually a pivotal moment for me, is when I realized that the universe may not be only us.
All right, I'll go ahead with another one here. Did you ever yourself have any kind of personal sighting of a UFO, or if not, what led you to get into the area of analyzing UFOs? Yeah, I didn't really answer that with that last question, did I? Well, okay. When I first got into UFO analysis, I was actually, as an astronomer, I went to school for astronomy. I got a degree in astronomy. And I told my astronomy professors at the school I was attending, Wesleyan University in Middletown, Connecticut, I said, I think that there's other life forms out there, and all these UFO reports, there's got to be something to them. And the director of the observatory just rolled his eyes and, flicked his suspenders, and he had suspenders. And he says, "Mark, get back in the observatory, leave Captain Kirk to us." Mm-hmm. Right. So that was the attitude at the time. Now, that was 1986 or so. Now, 1983. And around 1986, they started to talk about exoplanets, which is my astronomical specialty, planets around other stars. And they said, "Hey, I think we have an exoplanet out there. We think we have one. We're not sure." And by 1988, they started finding that there's other potential candidates. And then Kepler, as you know, went up, and we now have over 3,000, approaching 4,000 known planets, so around other stars. But all of this led me to think that there is no doubt that some of these sightings that are going on may be the real thing. I think I should analyze these more. I started looking into applications to do it. We actually, my friend John and I, wrote a piece of software to analyze astronomical photos and look at anomalies. Well, that photo software was eventually used for a little while by the Hubble telescope team to do some histogram studies of the data. And that was just a little something that was kind of cool. And, we didn't think too much of it because we were looking for something else, Well, we realized that looking at one photo here, one photo there, that's just not going to, cut it. We might get lucky. So I had been a member of MUFON since 1972. Now, it started in 1969. Wow. I'm in it for life. I have been, and they asked me in 2008 to be the chief photo and video analyst. And I said, "Really?" And they said, "Yeah." And I said, "I would be honored. I'd love to do it." And I haven't looked back since. And so they asked me to do it, and they knew that I was doing it on my own. So they figured, well, we'll just kind of, use his energy, and we'll benefit from it, I hope. And I hope it's been a benefit. I think that a lot of people read my analysis and they, think I'm a debunker, but that's not at all what it is. I'm hard on the data, because if I'm not, everyone's gonna be mad at me if someone else says, "No, that was just a stupid bug. Okay, it wasn't an alien ship in the sky." And then they're gonna look at me and say, "Well, what good are you?" Well, I want to be sure. If I see something in the sky and I can figure its distance and I can tell you that it's, an object that's 200 feet long moving at Mach 2, and it's not an airplane, then, and if it's not a meteor that's slowing down and about to, fall straight down, these are the kinds of things that we want. I'm totally okay with standing out there and saying, "Nope, I'm sorry, not an alien." And I'm totally okay with putting my name behind something that may very well be. And I think you got to have a thick skin too, because people are always
criticizing me and attacking me. Do you remember the Norway spiral?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, that happened just as you saw it, and it was beautiful. And I watched it, and they said, "Oh, it looks like a gimbal failure on a rocket."
Yep.
To me, I've seen that before.
Rocket.
Now, yeah, and I said that's what it was in my estimation, and I was attacked up and down, and for 2 days, they said, "See, it's a Stargate opening up. That's why it went black in the center." And I said, "No, it went black in the center because they destroyed the rocket body, but the stuff on the outside just kept going, and there was no more stuff feeding it. So of course it looks like a black expanding, it's actually a sphere in space, but it looks like a circle on the ground." And they said, "No, it's not. No, it's not." Until 2 days later, the Russians admitted it. That's exactly what it was. And, did I hear any apologies? No. I heard what you probably hear in the background now is crickets. I heard. I heard crickets. I'm outside. I can't be inside in a beautiful night.
You remember the first Atlas launch probably about 5 months ago, 6 months ago, and they made a big stink here. I was outside live here in Florida, and it looked like it looked insane. I mean,
surreal, right?
It was crazy. I've lived in Florida almost all my life since I was 3 years old. I've seen many launches. Nothing ever looked like this before,
but that was a night launch, right?
It was twilight in the morning, just coming up.
So it was still dark on the ground, but where the spacecraft was, it was bright sunlight because, of course, it was high enough up in the air, in the atmosphere, so that its plume and the particles being ejected from the exhaust were easily visible, and it looked phenomenal to you, right? It looked unreal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how these things look.
And that's one thing I explained to people when I first started sky watching. You would see an object go across the sky, and then it would suddenly disappear. How does that happen? Well, what happens is the sun's shining on it. That's how you're seeing it. Once it crosses that zone, no longer shining on it, it seems to disappear.
That's exactly right. And I have to be careful. Not with you, but when I talk to other people that have sightings and stuff, and they say, well, we caught something and we think it's alien ships or whatever, but I look at it and I see satellites, and they say, well, it slows down and comes to a stop. Yeah, but when a satellite goes downrange and is still visible, it looks like it's slowing down and almost coming to a stop because it's becoming extremely foreshortened to your view. So it does look that way. And and then you say, well, by the way, did it also get dimmer at the same time? And yes, it did. Well, of course it did. And then of course it winked out. Well, it didn't wink out. It just went, behind it. It's crossing the terminator of the Earth, and that terminator is the point between light and dark on the Earth, as you see from above the Earth, the shadow, dark and light. And when it crosses that, it's a little transition, and it dims out, sometimes very fast. The ISS disappears within 3 seconds. You watch it, and when it goes out, it's 3 seconds later, it's gone. You blink your eyes, turn to your friends, you see that, and look back, it's gone. And so, and I tell people there's applications you can get for your phone. You can hold it up and get an augmented reality view of what's in the sky. Augmented reality is obviously where your screen is showing the sky, and wherever you move your phone, the sky that is in front of the phone is shown on the screen with these special additions, like here's a satellite that should be visible right now at this location, or this star is Canopus, or this star is Vega, or Deneb, and those kinds of augmented reality systems will help people tremendously with their education and to move into a realm where we no longer get fooled by an ordinary satellite. For instance.
Now, Mark, before we get to the break, there's a question from chat, but I'm going to preface it by saying that you are the CEO of FX Models, which, if anybody's interested, you can go to Mark's website, fxmodels.com, in which CGI and physical models are used throughout the entertainment industry, as well as defense contractors. And X-Lady from chat, she wanted to know, are you sworn under any secrecy oath by working with some of these governmental agencies?
Yeah, I make no bones about that, okay? I'll answer that. I'll certainly answer her question. The answer is yes. I have a clearance. That is, I can't discuss that, but it's not but here's the thing. I've endangered that more than you can possibly imagine because I don't hesitate to ask the questions. For instance, a few years ago, there was a particular project I was working on. Now you can know all about it because it's in the public domain. Put on display. It's called the MPUAV. That stands for Multi-Purpose Unmanned Aerial Vehicle. Well, imagine, like in the TV show from the 60s, Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, that you could have a submarine that would release another small submarine that comes to the surface and then takes off from the surface, goes and does a mission in the air, comes back, lands on the surface of the water, and then sinks back down as a submarine once again, curls itself up back into the missile tube of a submarine, and goes home. That's the technology we have now at sea. And that particular project was secret. And I was getting UFO reports from Idaho where people were seeing this strange bat-wing thing flying through the sky, and it was making all kinds of noise, and it was really scary. And they said, what is it? And I couldn't talk about it because I was involved in creating specific engineering models of the project. Well, I asked the Navy, I said, look, you got to give them something. And they said, tell them nothing. I go, no, I can't do that. And they're like, well, you can jeopardize what you're doing with us if you're going to insist that we give away our secrets. And I said, you have to tell people something. And I said, here's why. If you don't tell them that this is something we're working on that's a defense project or whatever, if you just don't tell them that, then they're going to start saying it's a strange UFO. It's a strange UFO. You're going to get people with cameras and more curiosity hounds than you can possibly imagine. And I got dead silence on the other end. And then I had an email about an hour later that said, okay, here's what you can tell them. So, you walk a thin line. So the project work, is something that, it pays the bills. It's DOD work, but it in no way makes me a plant for the government. I'm certainly not a person that hides that, actually. Someone said, hey, did you see all the 3-letter agencies this guy's worked for? Like he's some kind of sleuth, and he dug it out. And then I got on that particular site, and I wrote, your sleuthing required you to click one time on my website to go to my client list so you could see that list. You made it sound like you had to dig for hours for and that you got secretly or something. It's right there, plain sight on my website. I don't hide it. If this is what I am, this is who I am. If you don't like it, I'm sorry, but this works for you, not against you. And I can't, I can't tell you, I can't say enough that this is the way it is, because that is, and that's it. I have never ever had to hide something that detailed an actual UFO ever. I've never done that, and I wouldn't. And they're going to be mad at us when we have the UFOTOG 2 systems up and running, because we're not going to hide what we find. And if we find a new, thing that's flying through the sky that belongs to us, and we're going to tell you. And I'm going to, hey, look, this was there. Too bad. You guys, didn't shield it. So here it is.
Well, we're running a little bit late on our first break here. So
sorry.
No, that's not your fault. It's my, conversation's going great. So, it's not like it's a hard break where we have to take it at an exact time. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in about 2.5 minutes with our guest of the night, Mark D'Antonio. If you guys have any questions, post it in the chat room in all caps, and we will do our best to get to them. So hold tight. We'll be right back here on the Jamie Havikin Show.
FoodForLiberty.com sells high-quality storable foods from Numana. Whether you want to be prepared in the event of an emergency or an outdoor sports enthusiast, FoodForLiberty.com has your prepackaged single-serve packs or kits for the entire family. Numana is known for high-quality, great-tasting, GMO-free, super nutritious food with no chemical preservatives. With a 25-year shelf life, you can't beat the feeling of being food secure when you need it most. Right now, FoodForLiberty.com is offering a special gift, a heavy-duty Survivor dry storage box designed for extreme bug-out conditions. This storage box is built to last, includes compass, signaling mirror, and is yours free with a $50 order. Go to foodforliberty.com right now and pick up your quality storable foods from Numana. To get the Survivor dry storage box, use promo code LIBERTY. It makes good sense to be prepared. Go to foodforliberty.com.
So, I heard somebody say that 50 is the new 25. I mean, I can live with that. But isn't age just a number? I mean, if you feel good and look good, who cares about numbers anyway? I take care of myself. And, well, I use Nature's Youth RSF. From, you guessed it, Nature's Youth. Think of the money you spend on things that make you feel better for just a little bit, and then think of spending the same amount or less on something that can make you look and feel better for a lifetime. How about the facts? The ingredients in Nature's Youth RSF work naturally, providing just the right environment to support healthy HGH levels while maintaining homeostasis. RSF is non-toxic, and it doesn't contain any synthetic hormones, which can weaken your endocrine system. Simply add RSF to your sensible diet and exercise plan. You can, and will, thank me later. Forget about that aging number I mentioned and focus on the anti-aging number. 800-333-6923. That's 800-333-6923 and online at nature'syouth.com. Nature's Youth. Live your life.
Live alternative talk radio in over 125 countries across Mother Earth. KGRAradio.com.
All right, welcome back to the Jamie Havigan Show. Our guest of the night is Mr. Mark D'Antonio, who is a video analyst and astronomer, among many, many, many other things. We have a bunch of questions coming in from the chat room. I'm going to go ahead and take one that I've just seen. And this is, what would Mark suggest as a reasonable priced and quality photo analyzer for your home PC for a first-time user?
Great question. I would love to answer that. I'll be teaching this down in Orlando at the Field Investigator Training, but I won't make you obviously wait for that. Of course, I'll answer the question, and happily so. There's a number of analysis tools that are out there and available now. One of them is Virtual Dub 64, Virtual Dub, D-U-B 64. And that is for 64-bit systems. It also comes for a 32-bit Windows system. So you can get it for virtually any version of Windows you have for your home PC. VirtualDub has included within it 200-plus video filters that you can apply to coax this information that you're looking for out of the data. You can sharpen videos. You can remove shaky video. That's right, I said remove shaky video. That's something that's very important. So take that fuzzy, shaky video and at least put the object of interest in the screen center and make it, take front and center without moving around on you. And a whole bunch more. And that's a free tool, as are all 200 of these filters. Believe it or not, that's free. I sound like I'm selling sham wow cloths or something, but yes, it's free. Just act now. But it's a freebie. So VirtualDub 64 is great for that. It's known as Virtual Dub. You don't have to look up the 64 if you don't have a 64-bit machine. But that's a great tool.
It is.
And I would also suggest IrfanView. That is a strange-sounding name, and I'll spell it. It's IRFAN View. It's IrfanView. IR, fan like in the window, view. And it's at irfanview.com. That is a beautiful tool, free as well, which you can download, put on your computer, and analyze any image that comes up. It also plays videos, but it doesn't analyze the video. That you have to do with VirtualDub. Now, another tool done by a friend of mine, a guy named Dmitry Popov, is Video Enhancer 2. Video Enhancer is not free, but it's only $25. It's actually very, very reasonable. He has all the same filters that you get in the Virtual Dub application. However, he adds an additional one that's very important. He can take that fuzzy video and he can supersize it and enhance it. So you can actually get a fuzzy small video, make it twice as big and sharper than the original. Now, that is very, very valuable, and it's something that is extremely important for what we do. So, Video Enhancer 2, Virtual Dub, OrphanView. I think I got you covered for the next month and a half of figuring these things out, because it'll take you that long just to, decipher what's going on in each of them.
Mark is right, Jamie. He's the one that turned me on to that, one of those software applications.
Nice.
And you do have to take the time.
Yeah.
I'm a somewhat tech savvy, but it's very specific. You got to go through all the nuances and everything. But Mark, I wanted to ask you, besides your instructional MUFON field investigating training that you're going to be doing in the MUFON Symposium, is there going to be any showcasing of any of the models from FX Models?
Well, actually there is, and thank you for asking, Bill. That's really nice. One of the people that are out in Colorado do some of the day-to-day work that I have, and this involves making these giant planets. We've worked for museums overseas, we've worked for NASA, and we also have contracts to do these giant planets in all these places around the country, these new buildings. We got over 200 to do, and there's 8 planets per building because they don't like Pluto anymore for some reason, but that's just the way it goes. And we're going to have our Colorado team there along. I'll be there as well. Now, in Colorado, we have Jude Talaba, who used to be in MUFON and was the CMS Queen, which is the case management system. She knew, and still does know, all the nuances of the CMS system. And then we're going to have Sarah Talaba, who's actually the main artist. She's the person who takes care of getting all the planets done on time and painted up and sent out to clients with her mother. Okay, so those two at least are going to be there, and there's other people also that work with them that are not going to be there. But we're going to have a few of those little planets there, and they're illuminated from inside. They're beautiful. They're like lamps. Okay, they can hang, or they can sit on pedestals. They can sit on a base. I mean, they're really pretty, and they're all hand painted pieces of art. And I was doing all of them for the first 2 years. Then I involved somebody else to help me out here in Connecticut where I was. And then I farmed it out to Jude and her daughter and their friends and the folks out there. I helped them tool up their shop out in Colorado. They have a space that's beautiful, and now they do all this work out there, and it's great. But, as an astronomer, I really wanted to see these planets be accurate. So I went out there and I taught them how to paint the planets in a way that would be realistic. And they come out really well. And I was so impressed with their work that it just blew me away. And I said, wow, I made the right choice. I'm so happy. These are good people. So they're going to be in Florida, in Orlando, at the MUFON Symposium as well. And you'll be able to see the planets there.
Cool. Now, Mark, before we get to the next topic that Jamie's going to ask you, I wanted to know, are these models, do they have lighting? Do they have like terrain, like a roughness to them where, you know what I mean? It gives it that little a three-dimensional kind of an aspect of them?
Yeah, we do these as solid models. We do these as illuminated models. We're going to have the illuminated versions down in Orlando, but we do solid models too, where we did just to give you an idea, the models that we're going to have in Orlando are going to be like between 10 and 15 inches long, somewhere in that range, maybe a little smaller. Something small that can be easily transported, something that is not too overbearing.
Right.
But our Jupiter for our contract work is over 4 feet across. And for the museum we did in Istanbul recently, Jupiter was 55 inches in diameter. And this was an illuminated planet hanging from the ceiling. And, so they vary in sizes, and we can do anything in between. But when they're solid, we actually put physical features like Valles Marineris on Mars is a deep furrow cut into the planet. Craters have a rim that is, you can feel the rim, okay, and you see the rim, and it catches external light beautifully. So the planets look real, and they are pieces of art. Don't get me wrong, but we strive to make them as realistic as possible, and they're unique. So I'm not trying to make this a sales pitch. I know that's how it sounds, but this is just one of those extra things that I do. It's one of those things that I started a while back, and it's just a holdover.
Hopefully, we'll see some pictures on Facebook, on your Facebook page, of some of the the models that you're going to be having over there. But I wanted to just touch quick, Jamie. I just want to ask him to follow quick. I bet you're just waiting for this imagery from Juno to go over.
As a matter of fact, yeah. And Scott Bolton, who is one of the leads on the project, is actually a friend of Doug Trumbull's. And we talked about Doug in the last segment. And I just received from Lee Spiegel at the Huffington Post, with whom I work on UFO stories, and I blog for the Huffington Post. I received from Lee Spiegel a nice letter introducing Scott to me and reintroducing him to Doug. So I'm going to be talking to Scott and getting information as best I can on Juno. I think it's a phenomenal mission. I've got on my machine at home at all times. I have a live mission, wherever. Well, it's a live mission, not statement, but a graphic that's showing where Juno is at that moment relative to Jupiter and the moons, and it's really cool. And it's something you can download. It's called Eyes on. It's all Eyes On application. Eyes, EYES, on Juno. Juno, of course. And it's a really cool application. And I have it running on one computer all the time and have it on one screen. On another screen, I have the live ISS feed, so I can see what's going on at the International Space Station all the time.
Nice.
And then I have my other computers, which that's the problem. You get too many computers, and it's like then you got to find things to put on them. It's like it's never ending.
Now, Mark, as a MUFON video and photo analysis, has there ever been any type of evidence which you can conclusively label by definition as a UFO or a UAP?
I always answer this question kind of in a squirrely way, and it's not because I don't want to say no, okay, but because there's some that I have seen that I can't explain. Now, down at the MUFON Symposium, Richard Hoffman is going to talk about the Aguadilla, Puerto Rico case, which they had some experts discussing this object that was caught on infrared by a Homeland Security aircraft. I did an analysis with the data that I had at the time, and they put together a team of analysts. They asked me to be part of it, and I was supposed to sign a non-disclosure. I never got around to it, and so I didn't get to be part of the team. And then they did a report. But what they said in the report was it was a true unknown object, and I felt that it wasn't. And so we're still at odds about that. And I'm going to try and work on data to show them and see if I'm wrong or perhaps they're wrong. And I'm happy to be wrong. I certainly am. I have no problem being wrong. I don't have an ego to bruise. I'm totally okay with it. I mean, that's what science is all about. So I haven't seen a sighting that I think merits being called a true unknown or UFO. Let's put it that way. I've seen plenty of unknown aerial phenomena that I can't explain. Some of which may be of our own design, and I'll be honest. Part of the complication of all this is that I had a really frightening encounter some years ago. In fact, my whole family has, which we don't wear like a badge of honor. It's sort of like a nuisance. And I had a experience where I was, over 3 nights. I was actually, I'm not sure if it's the word abducted or whatever, but I remember seeing a creature thing that shoved something up my sinus. And the next morning, I woke up
in a pool of my own blood, and I must have been fighting or something. And it took me a while to get to the ear, nose, and throat doctor. But when he looked up there in my sinus, he said, "You do have something up there. I've never seen anything like it." And they removed it, in a procedure. I saw it for a brief second, and it was just sort of pardon my English here, it's a fleshy lump. Okay, now he called it a nasal polyp, but this happened immediately after that event. And I asked him if anything, a foreign object could cause that to happen, like, maybe that seeded around a foreign object that was up there. And he said, "Oh yeah, sure, it can happen, like a metal splinter of a machinist." So I'm not a machinist. He said, why do you ask? And I made the mistake of telling him the story about this frightening thing where I woke up completely unable to move, which is, we've all had those experiences, and I still say this could have been a medical thing, who knows. But I woke up and I couldn't even move my eyes. My ears were shut off, and I just saw this thing, and I felt almost like I was disembodied. I couldn't control my body in any way, and in fact, I didn't even know where it was. I couldn't hear any breathing. It was shut off. Really weird. And then it moved this thing in front of my nose, and the next thing you know, it was morning in the blood, as I told you. So I don't know what that was all about. And I told him that, and he goes, "Oh, hell," he goes, "Ha, ha, ha, don't worry. I don't think it was aliens." So we laughed it off, and he said, "Call me in a week. I'll give you the results." And I said, "Okay." And, I would like to actually have the sample. And he says, "Well, I don't know if insurance will let us, I said, "Well, can I just get a solid report on what's inside?" Yeah, okay. I called him in a week. And, I have to ask you, when's the last time you call a doctor's office, you get a receptionist who answers the phone, she hears your name, and then she says, "Oh, yes, the doctor wants to talk to you." I mean, usually that's bad news, right? News you don't want to hear. I was like, uh-oh, what does this mean? What happened? Are you there still?
Yeah, we're here. Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, my phone went black screen. I thought I lost it. Well, he comes on the phone. He says, "Well, you don't have to worry. It was benign. I can tell you that. It wasn't a problem." He says, "But the odd thing is, they lost it." And I went, whoa, wait, what? He said, "Yeah. I sent it down to pathology, and they lost it. They couldn't. They said they never got it. But they signed for it. I have their signature right here." And I said, "Oh, you lost it, huh? Okay." And so at that point, I didn't go crazy. I said, "All right, maybe they lost it. I don't know." So anyway, I went to him a couple of years later for something else, and he asked me if I'm still doing this special work for the Navy and stuff that I did. I said, "Yeah, I am. I'm doing that work." And he goes, "I got to tell you," and he closed the door, and he sat up on the exam table with me. That was really like, okay, what's going on? I said, and he goes, I did this work for the Navy too. And he proceeded to describe a event where he said he had a team, and they actually shot down an enemy satellite in space using a nuke. And I said, "Wait a minute, that violates all the SALT treaties, that violates everything, right?" And he goes, "Well, yeah, we didn't really think about that. We cleared the Pacific for 1,600 miles in every direction, and it was a late afternoon shot. We could actually see, sort of where it was in the sky. It was really cool." And I just wondered why he told me that. And I said, "So why are you telling me that?" I said. He goes, "I had to give up my top secret clearance just this year. I gave it up." And I said, "You're an ear, nose, and throat doctor." He goes, "Yeah, I know, but I wasn't always." And that he didn't remember that a few years earlier, I told him that story about what I thought may have happened in that weird thing went in my nose. And he didn't hear that. He didn't remember that. And he basically was kind of admitting to me that because of his clearance, he still had an active clearance then. He was obligated to report it. And it may not have been that it was, lost, but was taken. Now, I know that's sort of conspiratorial. And, as a science guy, I don't, go down that path very often if I can help it. But these are just the facts. I'm simply reporting the facts. I don't need to embellish. I don't need to add anything to it, and you can make your own assumptions.
Now, can you explain to people how certain things end up at your desk from MUFON to analyze? What's the process they go through to get things to you?
Yeah, that's a good question. When we have a hot case that comes in, usually it goes straight to headquarters, and I work for headquarters, so it'll go right to the headquarters, which is in California, obviously Los Angeles, and Jan Harzan, our director, will get it. He might report to me and say, "Listen, you might report it to me and say, this is what we found. We'd like to get you to analyze this and this." So I analyze it. So that's one way they come in. Another way they come in is from our field investigators out in the field. We have them in all of the states, and they go through an accreditation program where they actually can take a test to become a field investigator. And there are some excellent ones, and there are some that kind of lumber through the test and need some more education, and that's fine. And or we'll have state directors, for instance, and I think that's the way that they mostly come in. I'll get them from the people who run the different organizations for MUFON within each state, and I also get a lot of requests because people see me here or there, or they know of me, and they may not even be in MUFON, but I'll get a request from them to look at something, and I will. I mean, I don't try and shirk any duty there. I'm happy to help people who want to know what's going on.
Now, Mark, before we get to break, what do you think about groups? We touched on CubeSat, and we touched on UFOTOG, which I think is going to be great scientific research. But what about these certain groups which claim to be searching for any evidence of alien civilizations, whether through telescopes or radio transmissions like SETI?
You know what? I'm all for it, because you have to understand that, as prejudiced as any or each of us may be about our specific search method, that together we are stronger than being separate. And I think that Seth Shostak's group and the SETI group, they're doing marvelous work. I think that they're listening for signals on the 21 centimeter band of neutral hydrogen. Awesome. I don't think we should leave any stone unturned, because if an alien race decides to use that relatively quiet band in our universe to transmit something, we'll be there to hear it. Now, we can't just throw all our eggs in that one basket. If a group wants to be in Earth orbit and cloak itself from us, but a CubeSat can detect them, then CubeSat for disclosure will find them. If an object is in the Earth's atmosphere or above the Earth's atmosphere and is within range of our platters that are lying out and seeing different parts of the sky all night long as the Earth rotates, then we'll see them. And I think that together we'll find the answers. I think that those are all great programs. I think that SETI is limited in that it only is looking for that one needle in the haystack of a group that might be an alien race, rather, that might be listening to that or using that 21 centimeter band. I think CubeSat is limited only in that it only lasts 3 months so far in orbit. Now, I'm sure that in the future, if it's successful, they can arrange to get in a higher orbit and maybe released from the space station itself, so that they can be part of a flock. And then with our system, it's limited by the atmosphere and the limitations the atmosphere imposes on us and the weather conditions. I mean, we might find that we get a wow signal too, but it was just a coyote peeing on our sensor, if the thing is down on the ground. So, they all have their strengths, they all have their weaknesses, but together we're stronger than separate.
Agreed.
Indeed, and for that, we're going to go to our last break, guys. We'll be back, and for the last segment with our guest tonight, Mr. Mark D'Antonio. You guys hang in there. We're going to try to find these crickets and stomp them. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
That's Bill's. Those are Bill's.
Those ain't mine.
We'll be back in a couple minutes here on the Jamie Havican Show.
health in America is becoming a top priority. Or maybe I should say, good health in the world is becoming a top priority. Maintaining a healthy body can be challenging. How about letting Life Change Tea help you? Our tea you make, you drink, and you benefit. Our unique blend of 8 different herbs helps you maintain good digestion, a healthy colon, and detoxes harmful toxins and parasites out of your body. And you know what? It tastes great. If you're wanting a change, a life change when it comes to health, log on to getthetea.com. That's getthetea.com. Or you can call us at 928-308-0408. That's 928-308-0408. When you log on to our mobile-friendly website, you can read all the numerous testimonies of how Life Change Tea has helped so many people. We carry many, many beneficial products that help your health and keep you on track. GetTheTea.com. Kind of gets in your head, doesn't it? GetTheTea.com.
We're in Arkansas, Sarasota, Florida.
All right, welcome back to the Jamie Abakin Show for our last segment here with our guest of the night, Mr. Mark D'Antonio. And thank you again for tuning in and listening. Just in case you guys ever wonder how you can catch the show, if you're on the go, you can use the TalkStream Live app, which works amazing. You just download the TalkStream Live app on any device, and you will see the show logo listed, and click on it and you're good. And you can also call a landline number. There's a couple of them actually. 832-999-1754. So really no reason for you not to be able to tune in, and that landline number works for any show 24 hours a day. Now let's get back into things here. Coming back from the break, you're the CEO of FX Models, in which CGI and physical models are used throughout the entertainment industry as well as defense contractors. How did this evolve into working with Doug Trumbull and other interest in UFOs, which are both, you guys are working on a project UFOTOG, which we talked about a little bit. What are some specific resources of a UFOTOG investigative platform?
Well, when I was working on my own, doing my own work with special effects and so forth, I was still heavily involved in the UFO world. So I went and I did an NPR show on an X-Files thing. And the host of the show, as he was walking me out of the building, he's thanking me, and he said, I got to get you on the show with Doug Trumbull next time. And I said, Doug Trumbull? And I immediately went, wow, that guy's like my childhood idol. The guy was, all his movie work was something I'm very familiar with. And the guy said, oh yeah, he's a UFO hunter extraordinaire. And so I was like, wow. I went home and I wrote Doug an email on his went to his website, found an email, sent him an email. I didn't know if I'd ever hear from him. But I told him that I was the guy doing the analysis. I told him I was doing special effects, blah, blah, blah. And he wrote me back within a couple of hours. And I was just blown away to see his name in my email. I couldn't believe it was actually him. I thought maybe it would have just been someone from his office, but it was him. And he said, I went to your website. Excellent in every respect. I think you should come up here because we could actually use that part of the work you do, and then we'll talk about UFOs. And I was like blown away. And I was also very nervous. So I went up there and I ended up working on a Burger King commercial, of all things. And it was the first time he had gotten, a crew back together to do this kind of work. And he wanted to see the synergy and how it would all come together. Well, it came together beautifully. And I've been working with Doug ever since, and that was like 5 years ago. So when we were talking about the UFOTOG system, that's where I mentioned to him that I thought maybe the system was a little kind of large, and maybe we could, have smaller platforms that could actually be duplicated and sent around, placed around different places in the country. And I work with MUFON, and we could actually create some systems that MUFON can have sort of on standby to send to a hotspot location where something was going on or whatever. And he thought that was a great idea. And so we started investigating, okay, what we need. We needed special cameras. He thought up these camera designs. And then with the Lawrence Livermore folks that I had mentioned earlier, we actually found that one of the Livermore guys already had a very high-definition camera system that he had designed. And now he was in the process of securing that patent, which he did. And that camera now is something that we can get access to. And that's the kind of weird serendipitous things. That's the serendipitous things that happened to get to this point.
Interesting. Now, with your expertise, Mark, which I have to tell you, I have the utmost respect and admiration for everything that you do.
Right. Well, you humble me, Bill. Thank you.
No, I mean, like if I ever capture something, or the name that comes to my mind, ask Mark. Send it to Mark, because I value your opinion and your analysis expertise. But you've been on NASA's Unexplained Files, which is on the Discovery Channel, and What on Earth, which is on the Science Channel. From a scientific point of view, what is your input regarding these shows?
Well, on NASA's Unexplained Files, I worked for every season of the show, and what they do is they wait till they get all their cases, filmed and done, and then at the end, they come to me, and I didn't realize this. I end up doing more analysis than anyone else on the show. I didn't realize that, actually, until this last time, when the producer told me, or the director, told me that, these files I'm getting, she said, I'm sorry we're here so long. We had started at 8 in the morning and didn't finish until 2 o'clock the next morning filming. Okay. And I had prepared scientific experiments to show principles for some of the stories that I was being asked to input on. And we didn't even have time to get to any of my scientific experiments that I had prepared. They're all set to go. But the time literally ran out because they had so many different places they wanted me to look. And that's okay. I'm not complaining. I just feel that, they got gypped out of some good demonstrations. And you know what? They're paying me to appear on the show, and they're also paying for my special effects company to create these scientific demonstrations. So I told them that, and I said, look, I don't know what to tell you. Just use them next time, or make it a second day. So I do scientific experiments to show principles. Okay, for instance, in one season, there was the tether incident on one of the STS shuttle missions, where these giant things look like they're going behind this distant tether 90 miles away, and people thought, see, it's going behind this tether, but that tether incident turned out to be a trick of the light from the low light camera. And people always say, yeah, that's what everybody says. But my response has always been that I don't just tell you what this is, I show you. I do the same kind of thing. I show the very same experiment. So I recreated a tether down at a Dallas TV studio. I put it at 30 feet away, and up close I put these hanging little white balls, and I started moving them around, and I created a fake shuttle window that the camera was looking through. Now, you saw these little balls moving around, and they were out of focus when the tether was in focus 30 feet away.
Yep.
And they looked for all the world like they were going behind the tether, because the tether was brightly lit like the real tether was, and these objects were out of focus and extended, and they looked like little round out of focus shapes like you expect. And they looked like they were going behind the tether. And I said, look, this is the problem with this sensor. It's saturated. The tether is as bright as it can get. So anything passing in front of it will look like it's either going through it or behind it. That's just a fact. Even if those little particles were as bright as they could be, they couldn't be brighter than the tether, because it was just as bright as it could possibly be. So I explained that concept and showed why this happens, and basically that puts it to bed. And I think showing and demonstrating is far better than just talking, because when you talk about something, people can always say, "No, I don't believe you," basically, and that's true.
But if you show them and say, well, here, disagree with the science. It's right in front of you. It's doing its thing right in front of you. Disagree with that. And show me why you disagree with the science that you're looking right at. And that right at with your own eyes. And so that's what we do. And that's now how I handle these special cases like that.
Now, with your background in CGI, Photoshop, and other image processing, would you say that what is the percentage of hoaxed or highly exaggerated footage that we see on a daily basis? Do you think there's a way that UFO researchers or individuals who apply a scientific method of observation and investigation means can detect things like this? Is there different ways?
That's actually a very good question. It's also a loaded question.
It is.
Part of this, because part of this depends on the capabilities of the analyst.
Yeah.
An analyst doesn't know just a CGI program or how a camera works. An analyst has to understand a lot of different things. For instance, we have two eyes. The eyes are separated by a few inches, and our depth perception is good out to about 200 feet. Beyond that, we depend on reference objects that we recognize the heights of, like a car in the distance. And that can give us the idea for our brain to tell us how far something is. But the actual physical limitation we have is around 200 feet or so. Our depth perception fails us. It doesn't help us any longer, So that in mind, you have to be familiar with human anatomy, and you have to be familiar, for instance, to deduce how someone might have observed a situation. You have to be able to take that apart using the understanding of how the human eye works and how people seeing a bright object against a dark sky have no depth perception. And when people say, well, how can you prove that? I can say, well, Stanford University did a study showing that directly, and the Eye Institute published papers showing that directly, and then I show that directly. I mean, there's a lot of ways you can show these things using scientific applied method. So that kind of thing is important. To be an analyst, you have to understand cameras. You have to understand CGI as well, which is computer-generated imagery. Now, I have seen, in fact, my entry to this whole chief photo analyst stuff started when I looked at the Tahoe drones. Now, I'm not talking about Phantom drones or anything from DJI. Okay, I have a wealth of my own there. But I'm talking about the CG hoaxed drone that was being sent all over the internet. You saw it through the sky past telephone wires, and it looked so real. But when I looked at it, I immediately knew it was fake because the light wasn't doing what light does. That is to say, I had to understand how cameras work, and you had to know how CG works, and put those two things together. And putting those two things together showed that the camera says that the light wouldn't appear this way on this object in the sky, and CG says the shadow wouldn't look like that if it did. So you had to put those two things together to show definitively that it was a hoax. And so when you talk about this, and that's why I said it's a loaded question, because there's a lot of skills that fall into play and come into play when you're trying to do image analysis, and you just don't know which one you're going to get. Sometimes it's a simple video with a shaky footage. It's a CGI put in real footage. There's a lot of hoaxers out there that do that. I won't even give them the benefit of giving their name out on the air.
I agree.
Yeah, and these organizations are what I call clickbait organizations. One particular, I saw 1.5 million hits on one particular video, and I calculated it based on their click rate and based on their the monetary and financial parts. I calculated that one video alone has garnered them $3,500 so far. That's just that. Now, you see that all the time. And so we're going up against people that make it a business to fool you.
Right.
And they hate me with a passion. And I am just so okay with that.
Well, you know what, Mark? I got to tell you, from a person who does sky watching and takes this very seriously, they do a total disservice to those that are doing credible work regarding ufology, and it really is frustrating, but it gives me more determination to keep doing what I'm doing and try to find something that I find is to be somewhat credible and submit it to an individual like yourself to analyze it. I mean,
and so it should be. It should be that way.
Frustrating. Now, Susan has a question, and she's going to kill me if I don't ask you. She wants to know if you ever seen boxcar UFOs.
I have not.
Okay. Now, getting to my question. Now, I don't know if you've ever done any research on petroglyphs in regard to ufology, and also
I have.
Oh, you have. Now, you can.
I did a talk on it in Denver actually a few years ago. It's actually available on YouTube. It's called Drawn in Stone, and you can watch. And I talk all about petroglyphs, the connection to ufology. I talk about the Wandjina in Australia and how I think it may actually be an interpretation of a visitation. And it's not guaranteed. I mean, it could just be simple mythology, of course, but you just have to see. You know, when you read the mythology and when you see the Wandjina myth, for instance.
Now, what do you think about the possibility of ET connection to ancient civilizations, depictions in century-old paintings that we see, artwork, even in religious texts? For example, some use Ezekiel with the wheel within the wheel.
Yep. Sure. Yeah. I actually address everything in that talk. You'll actually see me talk about the French Jetton coin, which shows what looks like a UFO coming out of the sky. But I explain what that really is in the talk. And I also talk about I don't talk about Ezekiel's wheel. And I left that out just because of time. But I do talk about a lot of Renaissance art because I made a discovery which no one else has, and that I know of. I mean, I've heard of it since I made the discovery. I'm not trying to take credit for it. Again, this world belongs to all of us, not just me. But the discovery I made is that in disparate civilizations that have never talked to each other before, I see their religious deities are represented as having halos. And I found them in the Wandjina art. I found them in in caves in India. Okay. I found them in the Valcamonica petroglyphs, or pictographs rather, in Italy. I found them in Nevada, in the petroglyphs. And it's like the deities are all represented with halos. Why? What is a halo, and why is that so important? Who came up with the concept of putting a round ball around the head of a religious deity? I think that it's simply something they saw, and they reproduced it in their art. Maybe it was a germ field to repel germs, or it was an anti-biologic field that kept them safe, using some kind of electrostatic field of some kind, perhaps an advanced technology that was a personal defense shield, germ shield. That's a very likely, very possible thing. It's something we would do if we had the technology. So, I mean, there's a lot of things it could have been. No more gas masks. Maybe that's what this was. Or maybe that was a field to contain an atmosphere more breathable for them, something they needed. Maybe they needed a little bit more methane in their atmosphere. Maybe they needed some more, ozone or something. We don't know because we don't know what life will look like. It could be life like us or life not like us.
Now, do you think we'll ever find evidence within our own solar system, whether on the Moon, Mars, Jupiter, Europa, of any signs of alien life?
Okay, now we have to be careful there, because that's another loaded question, Jamie, you devil. Alien life, yes. We might already have signs of that. Now, you can't rush to say, oh, no, it's alien in the form of alien life, like what we see in the movies. Alien life can be microbes on Mars. And I think it was 2012 or 2008 or 2012, there was a methane bloom seen on Mars that had never been seen before. Somehow, trapped methane got loose. Now, that methane could have been produced by volcanic processes, except Mars is volcanically dead. It doesn't have any tectonic activity whatsoever. So really the possibility is that maybe that methane was released by microbes. And there might be some microbes. This occurred during the summertime on Mars. So it's possible that maybe there was evidence of Mars microbes. That's a possibility. Europa, interesting thing too about Europa, and Scott Bolton, one of the Juno leads for Project Juno, said that Juno is scheduled to enter Jupiter's atmosphere to terminate its life. The reason they're doing that is because they don't want to accidentally collide with Europa and contaminate Europa, because they think that there is a large ocean, maybe 100 miles deep, under Europa's icy sheath, and that ocean appears to be highly oxygenated. Now, that you can't jump to the conclusion and say, aha, life, fish with gills, they can breathe the oxygen. Highly oxygenated, most hostile conditions here on Earth. And so that is what we're... And so in an effort to keep that clean and make a more measured approach to Europa that's deliberate and not contaminated, Juno is going to be bypassing Europa and not being allowed to come anywhere near it where it might collide with it. So there are possibilities that there's alien life. Now, you've also heard the story of the microbes found on the outside of the ISS space station. And, this tells you that life will find a way, all right? As you, in Jurassic Park, okay, you hear Jeff Goldblum's character say that, life will find a way, and it's true. And he's just replicating a statement that, is seen elsewhere in the journals and the science, that life will find a way to survive. You can see that tardigrades, which basically go into hibernation, they're a small creature. They're very hardy. They go into hibernation, and in the desert environment, they literally will shut down and look like desiccated husks. But given moisture, they come right back to life. All right, because they're in this state of strange hibernation. Now, maybe that's the kind of life we'll find elsewhere. If it can happen here, it can happen there.
Now, Mark, many of the supposed objects that are photographed, like the monolith or the lunar bridge on the moon, they can be recreated by an individual like yourself using 3D models. Have you ever gone over the countless supposed alien structures or anomalies on the moon using a scientific modeling process?
Yeah, actually, there was a TV show called Aliens on the Moon, and they asked me to participate in it, and I did. But they asked me about these strange things on the moon, and they said, we'd like you to tell us what you think they might be. Okay, fair enough. So, my philosophy now. I said, well, you know what? I can tell them or I can show them. So they gave me a list of all the things they wanted me to do, and I said, well, to show them these things that they want me to show them, I think I'm going to have to recreate a lunar material. So I looked at the moon's surface. I studied how it was composed of what was a really tiny pieces of glass, all right, and among other things. And so I found materials that mimicked that, put them all together, and lo and behold, I had a material that actually mimicked the static properties of lunar soil. It mimicked the clumping properties of lunar soil, and it mimicked the spreading properties of lunar soil. And it also got everywhere and got in everything, just like lunar soil. And as you already know, astronauts on the moon, at least one astronaut had to cut his moonwalk short because of the fact that the lunar soil was cutting into his suit and was literally endangering his life, because it would cut so far into the suit that right around his ankles, the suit had been cut through all the way to the insulation. So they deemed it unsafe for him to go on another moonwalk. Now, this stuff is like little glass and little pieces of glass. So I recreated it. And when the producers for the show came out, they said, what about the lunar bridge? And I said, well, I'll show you what the lunar bridge is in my estimation. And I set up, in my studio, I set up the lighting. I put down a low light so it would have a long angle on this lunar terrain that I had made. And I made a lunar valley, a peak, and another, then a valley, and then a peak. So I had a peak, a valley, and a peak. Now I said, from the upper here, and I raised the light up, you see that looks like an ordinary valley. You see the peak here, and the valley floor, and then the peak here. There were two peaks. Parallel valley, basically. And I said, but if I lower the light And you take a picture like this, and I had my camera set up, took the picture, and I said, in the dark areas, they look really, really black. But the light areas are properly exposed for the moon's brightness, okay, my model's brightness. And it looks like that peak, all right, in the background, it looks like that's a bridge because you can't see that there's actually a valley between that and the other peak. I know that's a little confusing sounding, but that's an example. I showed them that, and I said, this is why that looks like a bridge. It's actually, as they say, a trick of the light and shadow, but here's the actual science showing you why. And he looked me right in the eye, and he said, that won't make it into the show. And they never put any of my demos of that in the show. I just got a lot of, they put me in the show a lot, and it seemed like all I was saying was, well, that's an interesting photo, and then they never let me say what it was, So it was very disappointing, but the bottom line was that, and that happens, they had an agenda for what they wanted to show. They wanted to be mysterious. There was one object they showed me, which I couldn't figure out, but it was fairly large, and it might be a geologic feature, but it was a wheel. It looked like a wheel. Now, I'm not saying there's a massive wheel on the moon, but there is a geologic feature that has a strange, faceted appearance to it. I don't know what it is, and I don't know to this day whether it's a natural feature or not. I suspect that it may be, and what I want to do is be proven wrong. I want to be able to find other data, other photos of it. We've got the Clementine Lunar Orbiter. We've got LROC, Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. And that particular system, there's something called the Quick Map. You can go out and see unprecedented close-up views of the moon, right down to 5-meter resolution. That means, just over 15 feet in resolution, and that is phenomenal. And that's on a lot of parts of the moon. There's some that are less, some that are more, and it's really, really cool. And so we can now explore our own satellite with possibilities that were just never thought of before. And so we can go looking for any structures on the moon and maybe be successful.
Now, we got a couple minutes for you to wrap here, but do you think that the government or other institutions may have undisclosed data or evidence of contact or artifacts, and you think they'll ever come forward with that information?
Well, by the very nature of the question, we have to say, well, since it's undisclosed, I can't say yes, right? I mean, but the fact is, do I suspect? I know that's what you're asking, of course. I'm not trying to be flippant in any way. But as a guy that works in that arena, I can tell you that sometimes I've encountered that some of these agencies don't know what they know, and within even a singular agency, there is one side that knows A and the other side doesn't have any knowledge of A, but they're working on B, and the other team has no clue what B is. I mean, the compartmentalization actually is like going up a pyramid. The higher you go in the secrecy arena, that comes to a sharper and sharper point where, top secret is somewhere near the top of the pyramid. Secret's below that a little bit. And then there's some levels above the TS. And unfortunately, as that pyramid, at the base of the pyramid where the two pyramids can be touching on one side, that's like the only place where they actually overlap. As soon as they start to separate and go their own path of secrecy, that information gets more and more compartmentalized. So that's why, if there are secrets out there, it's very possible that they're within one agency, kind of almost to the top of their pyramid, and no other pyramid in the area can see it or know about it, and we'll say, no, we don't know anything about it. And I think that that's a possibility, just based on the structure of our government. I'm not saying it based on any firsthand knowledge, other than when I was on a nuclear sub as an observer in the 90s, we had done some work and we got invited to go out on a sub. And I was sitting in the sonar room because, frankly, I was seasick and I just wanted to zone out. The sonar room was a little tiny aisle next to the main control room. And I was not lying there, but sitting in this chair that doesn't move. And they always laughed at me because I kept trying to move the chair closer, and it was bolted to the floor. It's like, newbie. Yeah, sorry. So I'm sitting there, and I started to feel a little better when all of a sudden I hear this kid next to me, the sonar guy, He yells, "Consonar, fast mover." Oh, I woke up. Oh, fast mover? That's a torpedo. Fast mover is a torpedo. Well, it wasn't. It was an object, and when the executive officer, the XO, came around the little side station there, he leans over the kid, and I couldn't hear him directly, but he said, "Yeah, it's bearing course speed, blah blah blah, and it's moving several hundred knots."
Wow.
And he looks at the XO, and the XO kind of looks back, and as he furrows his brow, and the kid says, "What do I do with this?" I heard him say, "Now, in a sub, you're told it's the quietest ship in the Navy. It is from the outside, but inside it's full of noises. There's all kinds of noises. There's an ambient sound inside of a submarine that you have to get used to, and it's just like it's always some kind of noise going on." So they were talking at normal voice level, and I was sitting in the chair just next to them, and I could barely hear what they were saying. But I heard him say several hundred knots because he enunciated that rather loud. And he didn't know what he was looking at. And he's pointing to the trace. And he wanted to verify it. And he verified it by – I had to lean back, and he turned on another system next to his, and it was duplicated on the other system. And he says, verified. And the XO kind of, looked at him and says, "All right, log it and dog it." And that's the last I heard of it. I asked the XO later. He says, "No." He says, I said to the XO, I said, "Hey, I'm familiar with fast movers. Can I help you out?" He puts his hand on my shoulder and he says, "Are you enjoying your ride, Mr. D'Antonio?" "Yes, sir, I am." He says, "Let's keep it that way."
You were there for a USO.
You know what? I couldn't believe it myself. And later on, when I was in the wardroom, the captain's wardroom, the captain's at the end of the table, the XO's next to him. I'm at the other end of the table with the other guests on board. And I look at the XO and I give him that little look, like, "Hey, can we talk about this?" And he looks at me and he points his finger at me, and I raise my eyebrows and he furrows his, and I go, "Okay." So it was an unspoken communication that basically said, "Don't you even think about it."
Wow.
But then a few years later, I actually did some work for the Joint Chiefs, and I actually had to drive a project down to the second in command of the Navy's house. All right, so he was he became a friend, and I went down, and I had brought my 9-year-old. He was 9 years old at the time. He's now 18, but my 9-year-old son, I brought him down with me because he wanted to meet the guy who was second in command of the Navy. Ooh-ah. So while he was making lemonade with this guy's wife in the kitchen, I leaned over and I said to him, "What can you tell me about the Fast Mover program?" And he looked at me and he kind of leans his head back and he goes, "I can't talk about that program, Mark. I'm sorry." And I went, "Okay." And I was elated because he admitted it exists. That's all I wanted. I didn't need him to tell me anything about it. By telling me he couldn't tell me anything about it, he admitted that it exists, and he knew that's what he was doing. Yeah. He was just giving me enough to just keep me out of the, from pestering anyone. So what I'm saying is, our boats at sea on occasion do see things they don't understand. I saw one, and they struggled for some kind of an explanation themselves, and the only thing they could do was log it and dog it. Log it and then hide it, and then give it to the program. So that's what happened there, and that's my story. I've been sticking to it since 1995 when it happened.
Wow, that's incredible. Now, my last question to you,
yeah,
we're ready to wrap, is a hypothetical one, and I want to know if you had a choice to best represent humanity on eventual contact with an alien civilization, who would you choose as representatives or ambassadors for our global civilization?
You gotta be kidding me.
I had to land that one, heavy one on that one. Philosophers, scientists, the military, they're going to be part of it, but I wouldn't, that wouldn't be on the top of my list.
No, I think the answer is that the truth is, the only way we're going to meet an alien civilization is via science. Mm-hmm. And science and math may be the language with which we have to speak to them, because we certainly aren't going to see English-speaking aliens. Right. Okay? So I would have to guess that the only hope we would have is we take a very confident science team, and we have them be the ones. Now, I said I wrote a book on exoplanets, and I speculate about alien contact a little bit. And in that book, it's called The Populated Universe, and it's going to be out, I think, as an ebook really soon. I just finished the illustrations. But I speculate that the first contact with an alien civilization may very well occur in deep space. And the reason is because I suspect we're going to have the technology within the next 500 to 1,000 years to travel to the nearest star systems via something called the Alcubierre drive, or even further, say, into string theory, where we can actually punch in and out of the fabric of the universe anywhere we want. As far-fetched science fiction as that sounds, it's actually got science foundation behind it. And it's scary to think we might be on the verge. Verge for a civilization is like 1,000 years, right? Might be on the verge of doing this as a civilization. So if we do that, I think that any civilization that's going to be as likely as advanced as we would be by that point will see us coming and will choose to meet us off their own planet and meet us in deep space as we arrive in their solar system. So I think the first meeting will take place in deep space. Now, so it should be not with Air Force astronauts that are flying the ship. It should be with the science team, because the language of science is the language the universe speaks. And only a team that speaks that language is going to be able to converse with another team that speaks a similar language. That's the common language of the universe, okay? An atom is the same here as it is in Alpha Centauri and far beyond. And so we're probably going to go there. Now, interestingly, at the symposium, I'm going to moderate a speaker panel on life in the universe where we talk about these very things. And I've got a list of questions I'm going to pose to the folks there, just so they can gel with it and kind of kick back their thoughts too. But that's what I think is going to happen. It should be a team of scientists. Now, I'm not biased against science. I just think, as I said, it's the language of the universe, and we have to be able to speak it.
Mark, before we wrap, I got to just add something else. I'm sorry, Jamie. I just want to add one thing. Is there going to be any website regarding Photog, and so this way people can analyze and go over the data as you get it, and what's that interaction going to be like? Because I'm really interested in seeing what you guys are doing.
Yes, Doug and I have talked about what we're going to do with the data, and whereas we're not just going to release the data as it comes in, because then anyone can interpret it any way they want. We're going to take the data that is most meaningful, the data that's not instrument noise or misinterpreted stuff, and we're going to make that determination, because we have scientists, we have a science team already of nuclear physicists and things like that we have on our team, and Jacques Vallée has actually agreed to help us as well. Wow. He's a friend of Doug's, and we met Jacques at the International UFO Congress and talked to him extensively about this last February, I believe. And this whole process is going to collect this data, and then the data that isn't just instrument noise, that is true unknown stuff, we're going to put out there. We're not going to hoard it. We don't want it. It doesn't belong to us. It belongs to everybody. Right. And we have to start thinking that way if we're going to make any progress as a civilization, because otherwise, then it's still just us and the haves and the have-nots, and we want to eliminate that part of it when it comes to the most important question of humanity.
Interesting.
Well, it's definitely been an interesting and an amazing show. Not sure if you asked, but anything coming up besides that? Any conferences? Anything you're going to be at? You're going to be at the MUFON Symposium, as you mentioned. Yeah. Anything else you'd like to mention?
I'm going to be at the up in Leominster, Massachusetts. They do a conference every year, and I think I'm going to be there as well. I have to talk to the show organizers and make sure. Other than that, I've been working on UFOTOG 2 and the book and the television series as well. So beyond that, I'm not doing any other conferences that I know of. I think that I'll be doing if they have it again next year. I think I'm going to be booked into that Roswell conference for next year, but that's far away. But right now, I'm happy to continue my visual effects and do what I'm doing.
You got a lot on the plate, and I got to say, Mark, I got to thank you so much.
Yeah.
Jamie and I would like to thank you because it's an absolute pleasure to have you on with us. And like I said
thanks, Bill.
earlier,
Thanks, Jamie.
you are someone that I have the highest regard, and I know that if I ever get something, like I said, you're the first person that comes to mind because I totally take your opinion very highly when it comes to this type of work, your analysis work, and everything else that you do. I mean, you have many years of experience, and that's what it's all about. A person like you who's been doing this for such a long time and has the knowledge base, and again, the UFOTOG, and that's a great thing to be looking for some type of propulsion system that these civilizations could be using. So it's just great research that you guys are doing, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what you got, where this goes. Really, I'm really looking forward.
Me too, and I appreciate those kind words, Bill. And actually, I don't know if people know, but you do these live sky watches over the internet. And actually, if you remember, I actually popped into one of your live sky watches.
Yes.
You remember when I showed up? And I thought it was outstanding. I couldn't stay for the whole time, but you had a camera trained on the sky. People were seeing a live view of the sky.
Yeah.
And you and Heidi, I can't remember her last name.
Heidi. Yeah, and a few others.
Yeah, you had a few people there, and you were actually doing a blow-by-blow description of what was being seen, and I thought that was very interesting, and that's the kind of thing that I think we need more of.
Yes.
And I give you kudos for that.
My friend Eric, who's a MUFON field investigator in Massachusetts, he wanted to know if you ever looked at that Phoenix video. I think that he kind of ran by you, so I'm not sure if you did look at that, but he was curious what you thought about that. But he's very involved with the MUFON stuff that's going on up there too. So,
well, have Eric contact me again, and if I didn't give him my disposition, what I thought it might be, if I could, then I will. I'll do so.
I sure will. And you are always welcome to come and stop by on the Sky Watches, and also here on the show. Jamie and I would love to have you back in the future. Anything comes up, you got to fill us in with UFOTOG and any updates on the work that you're doing. And definitely looking forward to having you on again.
Well, you know what, Jamie and Bill, I want to thank you so much. That was very kind. And I'm glad that I could take the time to do this. I'm actually, like I said, I'm in a beach house in Rhode Island right now, and everything is calm and quiet here right now, so I'm very happy I could participate.
All right, well, you have a good night, and Bill, what do we got coming up next week?
Next week we have Gary Hesseltine, or Hesseltine, if a New Yorker says it. So Gary will be on with us, and then I think we have Mike Carano, who we had on in the past to speak about ufology and the research that he's doing. So, yeah, we have that, and we got some really interesting guests coming up. We've got Larry Sekander and Don Schmidt and Harry Drew. So we've got quite a nice guest lineup coming up in the near future.
Very nice. Well, guys, I hope you all have a great week, and remember the.
So there was the interview that Jamie and I had done with Mark D'Antonio, or as pronunciation, D'Antonio. I mean, I say D'Antonio, so it might be a New York thing. And Mark, I hope you don't get upset with me if I'm mispronouncing your last name. So I just want to say hello to everybody in YouTube chat, and of course all our good friends there, and those that may be watching and not in chat. And hope you enjoyed that interview with that Jamie and I had done with Mark D'Antonio. Mark is amazing, and I always say that. And I know that Keith and a lot of the people that are familiar with Mark D'Antonio's work. I mean, what doesn't he do? He's the video and photographic analyst for MUFON. He's involved in an upcoming project that he's working really hard on, and that's the UFOTOG 2 project with Douglas Trumbull. And I'm hoping very soon that we're going to get some interesting updates and news about more of a timing of when that's going to really start to unfold as far as UFOTOG is concerned. He's also, you can also see him on episodes of NASA's Unexplained Files and also on What on Earth. I mean, Mark is constantly busy. He does lectures, speaking engagements at universities. He's always working on projects for movies and film, and just he's building this observatory in his not his backyard, his front yard. The guy is I don't know, he's like the Energizer Bunny. Keeps going and going and going. He's got so much things going on. But Mark is really a truly amazing. And the one thing I really admire and respect about Mark is that Mark, although he's involved in ufology, he brings the science to the table. He's the one that is going to give an honest analysis perspective of the things that are reported. And I can't speak for Mark, but I don't think as of yet he's seen anything that truly he can say is of alien origin, not of this earth, extraterrestrial, interdimensional, or from another time. Like I said, I cannot speak for him, but he's so grounded and so honest with his work. And sometimes a lot of people can be, I don't want to say brushed off, but they can come off as being upset with his conclusions because they're expecting him to come out with something else. Oh, that was a UFO. That, no doubt, that was an alien ship. Mark is going and doing all the research and doing the scientific data related to it and the analysis, like I mentioned. So when Mark reaches a conclusion, I have to say, we all can say that we reach our own conclusions. But when he reaches his conclusion, I am highly, highly backing up and accepting what Mark's conclusions are. I'm not going to agree with Mark all the time because that's a human issue. There's going to be times where we agree to disagree. But when Mark says something and he reaches a conclusion, you can bet that I am highly, highly agreeing and coming to the same consensus on the conclusion that he reaches. Because the man has been involved with this for decades. I'm not saying he's an old man. I'm not saying Mark is an ancient guy, no. But Mark has had a lot of valuable training, his knowledge base. He is an astronomer. Like I said, I'll just simply say I value Mark's opinion and his analysis and all his conclusions, etc., and all his work. He is someone that I truly admire and respect. I cannot say much more. I'll praise for him because it's simply that simple. And like I said, some people may not agree with him or come, it's the ufology world is an interesting animal because you have people that are very strong, opinionated, egotistical. Mark is a humble, grounded person. You see how he takes the time to be here or with Keith for hours of his own time. I mean, I can't say much more. I truly appreciate every time that he's on with us and spends his quality time because the man has so much going on. He's so busy, but he still takes the time to talk to all of us and give us some education and knowledge that he knows about the universe, about the possibility of life, about his work and the work of others. And just to be a part of that, I mean, it is a community. I think that Mark also understands that what we do, and this is my own opinion, that what Paul and Keith do as far as their moon watches and their planetary observations and constellations, nebulas, etc. What they do, what I do, just doing a simple sky watch, looking at the sky, looking for any kind of an anomalous activity, or it could be meteors or some type of celestial event, meteor showers or some type of phase or eclipses, whatever it is. We are all part of this together. And to have the input of Mark's caliber and expertise, to me, is a blessing. And I am so honored and humbled and blessed to know Mark D'Antonio. And you know, I'm part. I've been doing this stuff for years now. I've been engaged with interviewing people and being. I'm very grateful to it too, to be part of interviewing a whole range of people, whether they're experiences or people who are ufologists that have studied the field for many years, and talk about different accounts, whether Roswell or Aztec or Rendlesham or the Kecksburg, you name it. There's so many. But to hear a person of Mark's, his background, expertise, it separates it because of his scientific knowledge base and the credibility that adds to it. I've heard so many different stories and accounts and stuff, but they're just simply stories. I mean, have I yet seen evidence to prove anything? No. If we had evidence, it'd be all over the place. It'd be worldwide. It'd be global. It'd be out there. There is no real true evidence out there. It's all speculation, allegation, based on testimony of, yes, very credible people, very credible witnesses, whether they're ex-military or have to do with the space program or law enforcement. Even sometimes you have government officials that come out and speak about things like we already know about the Phoenix Lights. When it first came out, it was made a mockery when they brought this alien figure person dressed up. But then, excuse me, afterwards, the governor did say that he witnessed something, and they don't want to come out and talk about it. It's taboo. I mean, it's just something that is not really spoken about. And I'm sure, who knows, maybe we are back engineering or something is going on. We have some evidence out there, but is it publicly known? Have I seen it? No, not definitively. Do we see videos sometimes that catch our eye and say, wow, I wonder, but still it's just a video. It doesn't prove anything to me, really. It just makes me say, okay, that looks really credible. But is it absolute proof? Even if I capture something, which I have in the past, I can't say what it is unless it came and landed in my front yard and I seen some ET beings or some type of life other than from our own terrestrial planet. Then I'd be convinced. But even when I see things, I just say, "Oh, okay, what was that?" It's unidentified. It's unidentified aerial phenomenon. I can't say it's alien or from another planet. Now, with all the stuff that we're discovering with exoplanets, and evidence of life that could be possible with water on Mars or under the ocean under the ice sheet in the ocean of Europa, it's a high probability that we will find some type of life. It could be microbial, simple life forms, or yes, the possibility. But now, when you talk about intelligent life, that's taking it to a whole different level. And if they're coming here, if they have the capacity to travel to get here. So it's just something that we all enjoy talking about and we speculate on. And I hope to one day find and hear about that evidence. And people like Mark D'Antonio and people like Dave Schock that are with the CubeSat project, they're doing the actual science. I'm not a big fan of SETI. I never was. Because to me, it's too fine and too focused on one specific area. I just don't see it being that way. I think with the array that Mark is going to set up with the UFOTOG project, and having different types of equipment looking for signs, whether it's maybe some type of interstellar propulsion system that they'll be able to detect. To me, that's where the real science is. People like what Mark and Dave is involved in, and even using the telescopes and looking to see if we find life on exoplanets. To me, that's the way to go. Or sending probes to other planets or moons and finding evidence of life. We might have to start that way. Or even looking back in our own planet and looking at our own time. But like I said, it's a fun topic to discuss. I enjoy it. I will continue looking and talking about it and being involved in shows and going to conferences, and I just enjoy this so much because I really, really, really believe that there is some type of extraterrestrial life. I really believe that to be a fact. I cannot sit here and say that we are alone in the universe. I find that would be a naive statement to make, that we are the only intelligent life forms in the universe when you can't even put a number to what's out there. I think that's just a really naive thing to say. We are the center of the universe. I don't think so. To think about how many exoplanets are in our solar system alone, I mean, not solar system, in our galaxy. And to think how many galaxies are out there. I don't even want to say numbers because it's just insane. Billions and billions and billions and trillions. I mean, and we're alone? Nah, cannot be. It's just about travel and distance and getting there or getting here. But it's out there. And we're here. And hopefully one day we'll see something that shows that we'll come together. And see, like, I've seen things. I have no idea what the heck I've seen. But I just don't know what it is. I cannot say it's ET, extraterrestrial, because I just don't know. The only way I would know is if it came right here, right now, right in front of me. And I seen it up close and personal. And then I'll be convinced. And, you know, I've spoken to a lot of people who are, say they had experiences, close contact, or individuals that are hybrids. Thank you, Ma. I got my coffee and my cake. And I find it fascinating. I really find it fascinating. But, hey, it's all about the birds today, right now, and hope you enjoyed that interview that we just aired with Mark D'Antonio, Jamie and I had done last year. Again, fascinating individual Mark D'Antonio is. And, again, you could see him on episodes of NASA's Unexplained Files and also on the What on Earth show. I DVR every show and watch it when I'm sitting back and want to see the different topics that they cover and see Mark go to work. And I know Mark's working on a book and also some other upcoming movie projects, which as time gets closer to Pine Bush, we'll get Mark to come on and talk about what his presentation is going to be when he goes to Pine Bush to do his speaking engagement there at the end of May. And hopefully Mark will come and hang out here with us when Paul and Keith are here. And maybe we'll just do the Skywatch right from Bill's house and get all the equipment set up during the day because Paul and Keith will be here a few days before the event. So maybe we'll just set up everything here. Oh, yeah, I got to chase that dove, so I'll be right back. Goodbye, dove. Got to go. I'll be right back. When doves cry, out. Get out. Not that I'm trying to be mean to the dove, but they won't allow the other birds to eat. And we're going to get Dead Sun on soon because he's a game developer. And also, he's worked on other numerous projects which I can't discuss, because then I'll have to go hide in a bunker, because then Dead Son will come after me. So I can't say more. But we'll get Dead Son to give us an update about all the work that he's doing on his games, and maybe share screens and show what he's doing as his development of some of the games that he's doing, like I mentioned. He's been very busy, so hopefully we'll get our friend Dead Son on soon during a Skywatch. And we'll catch up with Dead Son. So I'm going to see if I play another show file, because I want to sit back and enjoy a little coffee and some cake here. I'm trying to figure out what show I want to put next, which is always the fun part here. How do you follow up Mark D'Antonio? Not easy to do, let's just say. Let's see who else I've got in my files here. Let's see what other show. You know what? Let's put our friend from England on. Let's do Heidi's friend, Gary Hesseltine, who Heidi works with. And I hope Heidi's doing well, because she had a doctor's appointment today. We're going to have to catch up with Heidi. But let's get on her friend, our friend, really, because he's a great guy. Gary's a former constable, detective in the UK. And he created a website where former and current police officers make their reports, that any of their UFO-related reports. And Gary's really doing a great job there in the UK as far as conferences are concerned, and this website that he has, and a magazine. He's got the My Magazine Online. You'll hear more about that now when I play this show file. And I'm going to try to reach out to Heidi to see how she's doing in the meantime, and enjoy my little brunch here, so to speak. So let me find this file and put it on the air, and hope you enjoy it. So this is Gary Hesseltine when he was on with Jamie and I. I'm going to skip a little.
Every week. I was actually 16.
There he is.
Revolving around.
Here we go.
Really look like
Here we go.
both are. So I think maybe without further ado, we get to our guest.
Indeed, our guest tonight is Gary Hesseltine. He's a serving British police detective with over 22 years service. He founded PRUFOs, Police Reporting UFO Sighting Database, which caters for servicing and retired British police UFO sighting reports. And tonight we're going to be talking with him. There's so much to his bio. You guys can read more just by Googling his name.
Yep.
And also tonight we're getting a little surprise. So if you're tuning in, if you're tired, you might want to stay tuned for that. So with that, I'd like to welcome to the show Gary. How you doing, Gary?
I'm fine. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you for taking the time to come on and join us.
No, you're welcome.
Now, can you tell us about your first experience witnessing a UFO when you were 15? Some of the details about the object, the power outages, stuff like that?
Of course, but just before I do, I'll say to your listeners that there's going to be a trivia question.
Okay.
Revolving around my first encounter with a UFO. And the question I'm going to ask before I tell you the story is for your listeners: if the first person to ring in to your show with the answer, the correct answer, gets a year's free subscription to UFO Truth magazine, the magazine I produce. And the question is, in which town did I have my first UFO experience?
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
In which town did I have my first UFO experience?
So you
It's
guys
all there if they know the stuff. If they don't, they won't get it. Right, okay, here's the story. In X town, because I've just made it. Basically, I was actually 16. I used to say 15, but I actually met up with a long long-term friend who I hadn't seen in over 30 years since school. And because we got talking about, reminiscing about old girlfriends, he actually jogged my memory, and he said, no, it wasn't the summer of 75, it was the summer of 76. So I've now put that out about a year ago, that it's the summer of 76. In England, I'll give you that. So somewhere in England, I was walking my then girlfriend home, and as we were walking towards her home, we had to take a long, narrow footpath. And what I mean by that, it was probably 500 metres long, and basically there was no street lighting at the time. And as you went down this very narrow alleyway, or footpath as we would call in England, basically on the left side there was my high school fields and buildings, and then on the right side there was a large gardening area, which in England you call allotments, where people grow their own vegetables. But it was very dark. However, in the distance, at the end of this long, narrow footpath, there was a housing estate with all the power on. Now, the time of night is roughly 9 o'clock. It's an August summer's evening. It's one of those rare occasions in England where all the stars are out, no clouds, balmy, warm evening. We don't get many like that. And as we were walking actually by the school fields, at perhaps the darkest point, we suddenly become aware of what I can only describe as a bright white light moving from our right to left at about a 60-degree angle. And it didn't have any particular shape. It was just a blob, really. But it seemed to be kind of gliding. And when we saw it, if you can imagine walking in a straight line ahead, as the object reached us and passed beyond our forward position, so therefore we were then behind it, suddenly all the housing power in the distance that we could see in this housing estate, power cut behind the area of the object's flight path. Now, at the time, my girlfriend, rightly or wrongly, associated that light with somehow triggering this power cut, and she became a bit upset. We watched in awe, didn't know what it was, never seen anything like this before in my life. And the good news was that I was pushing my bicycle at the time, and so I said, look, I'm going to drop you at your house quickly, and then, because it's going in the direction of where I actually live, and it's moving very slowly, I'm going to see if I can get ahead of this light or by taking a shortcut. So that's what we did. Two on a bike. If I said the county in which the phrase was, then I'd be giving part of the clue away. The quiz question, so I can't. So basically, she got on the bike, I was on the bike, two of us on the bike. I rode her to her house very quickly, and her house was in total darkness, as was the area. I then literally just said bye, got back on the bike, and raced like mad as fast as I could go. And actually, in going back towards my home, took the same long footpath that we'd walked along, where we'd originally seen the object. At the end of that, I then turned right onto a street called Grange Lane South, which is a long, long road, about maybe a mile and a half. So maybe 3/4 of a mile. So I'm racing along, and near to where my home was, Grange Lane South bent round to the left, a corner, left-hand corner, gentle corner. Now, there was a strange thing. The whole area, if you can imagine, is plunged into total darkness. There's not a bit of electricity on anywhere. However, when I reached this corner near to my home, all the power on the corner and beyond was on.
Interesting.
So you have this clear demarcation line of darkness, and then just beyond the corner, as it bent to the left, the power's still on. Now, as I reached that darkness point, I looked over my right shoulder as I moved into the light, and looked over my right shoulder just where I could see that I'd managed to slightly get ahead of the light. Okay? So I then go around onto turn right about another 50 metres onto what's called Westerdale Road, and then 50 metres further down the first right onto Baysdale Road, which is where I lived, and I lived at number 3, so it was at the top of the road. I literally dropped my bike in the garden, rushed in. My parents were having, in England we'd say, a cup of tea with supper time, so it's about 8:30, 9 p.m., 9:30, something like that. And basically I say, come outside, there's this strange light, and I think there's going to be a power cut caused by this strange light. And they just look at me bemused, as you would. They don't get up. So I then run through the hall, into the kitchen, through the back door into the backyard, turn around to look back at my house, just in time to see the bright white light coming over my rooftop. And I do something that many years later I've reflected on it quite a lot, and I don't know why I do it, instinctive, I don't know. But I put my arm up as the object approaches overhead, like I'm answering a question in school, in class. And no sooner did the object pass by my arm and say beyond the 90 degrees, then all the power in the area plunged into darkness.
Wow.
Now, that's ridiculous. How can I predict a power cut? It's impossible. So it's at that point there that I realised, having moved to a second geographical position, that light, whatever it was, must have had some interaction with the power grid, because it's ridiculous. I can't predict power cuts.
You know, it's interesting. It sounds similar to what in the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind, in the beginning of the movie.
But this predates it, because this is 1976, which is about a year, 18 months before the film came out in the States and in the UK. So, yes, there's that scene where he's overlooking the town, and it goes off grid by grid by grid as the UFOs pass over. So it is similar, but this predates it.
And by the way, we may have an answer to your trivia question.
Oh, here we go.
Heidi says Ashby in Lincolnshire.
Well, Ashby is a suburb of the town. That was almost my original question, but I thought that might be too hard for if she can give me. So Ashby is a suburb of the town.
Okay, so we got to be more specific. We got to be more specific.
I need the town.
There you go. So keep it coming. All right. So I'm sorry.
Heidi.
All right. So I'm interested to know what your family's their response was when the lights went out, and did you do any further investigation as to what the cause of the power outage were afterwards, after the event occurred? Because you seen the light.
Right. Well, basically, I obviously was out in the garden when it goes plunged into darkness. Then I rush into the house and say, see, but all they're doing is bothered trying to find candles because the house is in darkness, and it's that. And basically, they're just rummaging around for candles. They totally dismiss my suggestion that it was this strange light. They hadn't seen it. They just said, no, it must be a coincidence. And that was it. Now, we believe it or not, in this day and age, we weren't on the phone in 1976. Can you believe that? How long ago with dinosaurs? But in 1976, we didn't have a phone, and the nearest phone was about a 5-minute walk away in some shops. But that shop would be closed because it was like a candy store, and it would have been closed, so we couldn't have access to the phone anyway. So in the end, I did nothing. But here's the strange thing: I don't even recall looking in the Scunthorpe Evening Telegraph the next day. Subtle that. Right? And basically didn't do anything. And really, all I could do was, because it was just before the video cassette age, where you had, you could hire movies and things like that, the Blockbuster kind of thing. All you could do was literally get a second-hand book. So all I did was go the next day. I think it was probably on the Monday. I went into my local village, which is the suburb of Ashby, hence that question, and basically went to a second-hand bookstore that I knew. And the first book that I got was the last of 5 books written by Donald Kehoe, Major Donald Kehoe. Now, you think about this. I'd never ever believed in synchronicity. I'd never even heard the word. But of all the people in all the world, the very first UFO book I get is by someone who I regard as an absolute legend in the field, and really somebody I have a great deal of time for, Major Donald Kehoe. And it was his last book, Aliens from Space. Now, even more strange is that when I read that book, there was a section in the book on the New York blackout in 1965, which was rumoured to have been triggered by UFOs. So straight away, I get this kind of validation moment that kind of has similarities to what happened with me on a lesser scale, but nevertheless, an object seeming to trigger power cuts. So straight away, that resonated with me, and for the foreseeable 3-4 years, I got any book that I could get, but there still literally wasn't much. It was literally at the dawn of the video cassette area, where you could start to watch films whenever you wanted. There really wasn't a lot you could do. I joined the British UFO Research Association, BUFORA, which was the largest group in England, Britain at that time, and all they really did was produce a quarterly magazine, a little A5 size little booklet. It wasn't a glossy colour magazine, it was way before that. And basically I became an associate member with them, but never became active. I remember going to one UFO meeting in the town where I lived, which is that quiz question, and I thought some of the people were a bit strange. So basically I didn't go back. And that was it, other than carrying on the interest through reading and catching up on documentaries as the technology became available that you could hire, and people were producing cassettes of UFO documentaries, the first few ones. That's all I could do, but I didn't do any major investigations, anything like that. And the strange thing kind of happened was that after a while, whilst that incident had obviously made a mark on me, it kind of went into the distance for a long time, because I went away, got married, had a child, joined the Air Force, had another child, basically had a life, joined the police after the Royal Air Force, and it wasn't really until the mid-1990s when my interest was reawakened, when I came across a glossy colour publication called UFO Magazine, which was a very famous British glossy publication run by a guy called Graham Birdsall, who is sadly not with us anymore. But he used to organise massive conferences and have all the top researchers from around the world go over to Leeds, where he did this annual 3-day conference, which he ran for something like 20 years. And so he was very well known. And basically that triggered my interest, because I picked up this magazine, and from days of BUFORA and the little A5 booklet, which was just glossy black and white kind of thing, here was this magazine that looked every inch as good as Cosmopolitan or any other magazine, cinema reviews, that kind of thing, just glossy colour magazine. But what I liked about it was that it was non-sensationalistic, and it tried to tell the story as scientifically as possible and looked for credible reports like pilots, etc., military people. And without realising what was going on, over a period of the next couple of years, as I then began to get this magazine, which was monthly, it kind of reawakened to the point where I then started to realise that a lot of books had been written in the intervening years where I'd been away from the subject. So I got all the books, which from a British perspective was books like Above Top Secret by Tim Good, Nick Redfern's Covert Agenda, and basically read up and began to feel, without really realising it, a sense of frustration about the way that the subject was being treated in the media and being trivialised, when there were some excellent reports out there, that without realising it, that's what was happening. And that kind of manifested itself when I had, it sounds strange because obviously people dream, but I don't normally remember my dreams, but I had a very vivid dream of a fictional Hollywood blockbuster type scenario of what could cause disclosure. And the way it manifested itself was I had never written anything in my life, as such a story or anything like that, never finished anything. And basically, within 6 weeks, I'd written a film script, although I didn't know any formats or anything like that, this Hollywood story. And it was like, I just had this clear image of the characters and the setting, and it was very weird. And anyway, within 6 weeks, without any kind of training, knowledge of film scripts, I wrote a script. And what I then did was wanted some kind of validation. I wanted people to read it and say, well, you know, what do you think to it? So I then printed it off, and I then started to take it to work, and obviously by then I was a police detective, and show it to some of my friends. And it, over a period of about 6 months, maybe 30 or 40 police officers, friends, colleagues, read it and said, this is great, make a great film, make a great book. And again, I thought, well, I must be doing something right. But of course, I didn't have any knowledge of the film world or anything at that time.
Right.
Now, Gary, this is Jamie. Heidi came back with a town. I'm going to try to pronounce this right, but I know I'm not going to, which is Scunthorpe.
Correct. She wins.
There it is.
Heidi has won.
There you go.
Are you allowed to give the surname out?
I don't. We can.
I think
That's up to her.
Is she in the US or in England?
She's
in the UK.
Because I know a couple of Heidis, you see.
Heidi Nile?
Heidi Nile.
Or Neil? I don't know how you say it.
I know Heidi Neil.
There you go.
There you go. She's got a year's subscription.
Nice.
And also, before we came on the air, you also mentioned something else before Jamie gets to his question. For those that may
another offer for your listeners. Is that what you want me to say?
Yeah, go for it. This way they know.
Yeah, well, this is, and I'm told that you have many, many thousands of listeners. So, that's the boast that they're making. So let's see if this is true. But for anybody who has not heard of UFO Truth magazine, this is the magazine that I retired from the police in 2013 to launch. And by that stage, I'd met all of the world's top researchers, or pretty much all of them, and went back to them and said, look, I want to put all of the top researchers under one English-speaking publication. Would you be willing to give me regular columns or occasional columns, depending on your work schedules? And pretty much all of them said yes. So UFO Truth magazine was launched. It's not in print. It's an e-zine. It's 96 pages featuring many of the world's top researchers. People like Richard Dolan, A.J. Javad, Mary Rodwell, Peter Robbins, those kind of people, right? And basically, that's been running since 2013. We have now, it's bi-monthly, 96 pages. Now, we're up to issue 19. But for the purposes of your listeners, all I ask is that if anybody is interested enough, then they email me at heseltinegary@hotmail.com, and I'm sure you'll repeat that on your links. All they have to do is say, I listened to your show on such and such a day. Could I have a complimentary free magazine? And you can have the choice of choosing one from issues 1 to 18. So you can choose one of the 18, whichever issue from 1 to 18 you choose. I will email you for free. So if 1,000 people, or thousands of people contacted me, then I'd have to send thousands of complimentary copies out. But I'd be more than happy to do that to show what the magazine's about.
Get to work, people.
That's it. So one more time, Gary, what's the email address?
heseltinegary@hotmail.com. Mention your show, where you heard it, and then you'll get you choose the copy, choose a number from between 1 and 18, and I will send that respective copy to your email, and all you have to do is download it and read it.
Great.
Awesome.
I'm sure you're going to get some emails for sure.
Well, we'll see.
We will see. Let's try to get another question in here before we go to our first break. During one of the conferences in 2001, you not only met personally with Graham, but you also saw presentations by John Mack and Bud Hopkins. What was that experience like, and your eventual conversation with the world-renowned ufologist Timothy Good?
Well, this is kind of the story that I was telling before we went into that second part of the quiz element or offer element. Having written that script, I wanted validation from somebody famous within the UFO field. And of course, we talk about synchronicities again, but this UFO magazine that had reawakened my interest, believe it or not, it was produced and printed just 12 miles away from where I worked. Now you think about that. In all the bars in all the world where this could have been, anywhere in Great Britain, hundreds and hundreds of miles away, it was actually done just 12 miles from where I worked. And I was a detective, so I often had a car, playing car. I could call in and whatever. So I decided that I would ask or see if Graham Birdsall, the editor, would review it again for validation. So one day on a Sunday, I remember driving over. It was closed, his office, but I remember putting in a big brown envelope and putting it through the business letterbox, thinking I'll never hear a word again. But 6 weeks later, he rang me out of the blue and said, "This is great, brilliant script, make a great film." And on the strength of that, this is where I'm pulled into the subject bit by bit. He said, "Well, you can have some complimentary tickets for my big conference that I run in Leeds." Where did I work? Leeds. What's the odds of that? It was on my doorstep. And so he basically gave me these complimentary tickets, and that's when I saw these presentations. So going back to what you said, I then began to be exposed to top researchers and hear people within the field. And where it went from there was that over a period of 2 years, I then used to call into his office on a regular basis and became friends with him and his staff and family. And eventually what happened was I had another idea, another dream. People have dreams, and most of the time you don't remember them. And I don't usually remember any, but this dream, second dream, was about 2 years later, and basically it was create a database for police officers, for British police officers reporting UFOs. People say write about what you know. Well, of course, I was a police officer. I knew how police officers thought and behaved, so I thought this would resonate with people. So basically, I approached Graham Birdsall and said, "Will you allow me to write an article in your magazine?" I'd never written any article in a professional publication at that point. And he said, "Yes, you're a serving police detective. It's great, a credible person kind of thing." So he then approved that. So I wrote my first article, which was January 2002, in which I launched publicly the Proof Force Police Database, police reporting UFOs. And straight away, I started to get retired officers contacting me saying, "I've had experiences and I've not been able to tell anybody about it." And it was almost kind of like a cathartic experience. People had longed to talk about things because there was, people are so frightened to come forward, fear ridicule, perhaps a risk to their career. And so it resonated, and there we started. So in 2002, I started off with 6 cases involving around 10 police officers, which were historical references in books. Now, all these years later, in 2016, I'm writing a book about them, and I have over 550 cases involving over 1,050 British police officers. Now, that's a hell of a lot of police officers, forgive the pun, a big body of evidence. And, I think it's an important book that should be out there that tells that story and could be replicated in any country in the world. There could be a Proof Force USA, Proof Force Portugal, Proof Force Spain. Ideally, it's best done by a serving police officer or a retired police officer, because you kind of know each other and quickly suss out people within the field if they're genuine or not. That's one of the 6 senses that you get.
Great. Well, with that, we're going to go to our first break, and then we'll be back in a couple of minutes. You're listening to the Jamie Havikin Show.
All right, so I'm going to skip through these commercials.
And any questions during the show, feel free to post them in the chat room at kgraradio.com.
Do that right now.
In me, other countries, and 2, my own.
Tuning in tonight and
okay, here we go.
And joining us. I'm going to turn things over to Bill. He's going to pick things up after the break here.
Gary, obviously you're retired now, detective constable in the UK. And while you were a police officer during your tenure, did you witness or speak to fellow co-workers about any type of UFO sightings or reports?
Oh, yeah, very often. But what you've got to understand is that, and it's a question I'm often asked, is, what did I do and what was the attitude of the police force for which I worked, which was what was called the British Transport Police. Mm-hmm. Now, basically, initially, when I decided to launch the database in 2002, my own force had just created its own intranet, and people, because it was relatively new technology, people were starting up things like martial arts news, jogging news, bird watching groups, things like that, hobbies sections. And so what I decided to do was create a UFO section. So I straight away, I said, look, I've created this database. If anybody wants to talk to me about UFOs, here's a few key facts about UFOs, pilots, astronauts, that kind of thing. And straight away, I started to get emails from my own force members saying, "Oh, I was in the military and blah blah blah. I had this experience." So straight away, I knew I'd struck a chord, and people started to contact me. But of course, once what I didn't anticipate was that when UFO magazine printed that article, it went worldwide. I think the magazine at that time went out to about 40 countries. So it went out to a big audience, and I started to get Americans contacting me, other countries with sightings, etc., etc. But as a result of that, UFO groups in England initially started to say, "Oh, well, we've heard about your database. Can you tell us about some of the cases? Would you speak at our upcoming conference?" Now, this was 2002. Now, I'd never done a lecture in my life, and suddenly I was being asked to do lectures. But what I found was, to my relief, was that actually I enjoyed talking about the subject. People who associate me with the subject will say that he's very passionate about the subject, and I am. And so if you're talking about something that you know a lot of about, then you're speaking with depth of knowledge, and therefore it's a lot easier to speak. And I found that I was actually very comfortable speaking in front of large groups, and over the years that then now transpires that since 2010 I've lectured around the world, probably done 15 countries so far, and I love it. I still have to pinch myself that people are willing to put me on a plane and fly me to these nice places to speak for 90 minutes. It still is quite bizarre to me, but that's what's happened. I never saw that coming. I had no experience of it, but fortunately it's something that I found I could do.
Now, when you first started the police reporting UFO database, what was your initial research like? And if you can touch on some of the earliest sightings in the UK that had photographic evidence.
Photographic evidence in terms of police officers in the UK, I would say, is very, very sparse. Because essentially what happens with police officers is there's a basic rule. If you are still a serving police officer, you generally do not want to go public with your name. You want anonymity. And I say to people, that's fine, providing you prove to me who you say you are. So once they're validated to me, I will then grant them confidential source status, a bit like, I guess, the media treat their sources, and I then tell the story, either with pseudonyms or just don't mention the name at all. But the story gets out there. Now, what happened when I first launched the database was that the majority of people that were contacting me were retired police officers because they got their pensions, they didn't feel threatened in any way because they were no longer in the job. And so I should say in the first couple of years, the majority were retired officers. But then, as the media, and I became more well-known within the media, initially the British national media were very interested because it was something unique. I was a serving police detective, and I'm talking about UFOs, but in an unofficial capacity, obviously. But initially, I had a lot of media interest in the national newspapers, TV, and things like that. So police officers began to read about me in newspapers, and I'd also got an article in in a sense, the police magazine, which was called at that time Police Review, which was a big national magazine for police officers. And so again, I got a 3-page article in that, and again, that then started to trigger serving police officers contacting me, but the vast majority wanted anonymity. But as long as they proved who they were, that was fine.
And we got a question, quick question from Ant in the UK. He wants to know if if you have been threatened or intimidated by any officials about revealing information pertaining to UFOs reported by police officers. For example, threats to discredit you or stop your pension, things like that.
No, but what happened was that as time went on, so in 2002, I created the database, went in the magazine, and I told people at work, my supervisors, one of them, my immediate supervisor, says, I don't think you should do this, Gary. I don't think it'd be good for your career. And he was a detective sergeant. And I said, well, why? He said, well, I just don't think it would be a good idea. And I said, well, do I tell you not to play golf? That's your hobby. This is mine.
Right.
And so basically that, as far as I was aware, that's as far as it went. And so initially, I didn't get any interference from my force whatsoever. However, as I became more well-known in the media, I then started to be pulled aside, having to see the superintendent, or because I used to put my name and calling number and which force I belonged to on my website, the Proof Force website, and why shouldn't I? I have nothing to hide. But I then was called in and said, oh, we don't want you to put your collar number out there anymore. And I said, why? It's already out there. You can't put the genie back in the bottle. And they said, no, we don't want you to do this. I then had to fill in forms to be approved, to allow my website to run. So they started to get more scrutiny. And cutting a long story short, as time went on, it was becoming clear that I was deemed somewhat of a thorn in the side of the force. And that came to fruition when, in 2009, when the Ministry of Defence in London suddenly decided to close, after 50-odd years of activity, their UFO reporting facility. So for 50-odd years, the British Ministry of Defence had collected UFO reports in Britain. However, they suddenly say in December, I think 2009, we're cost-cutting and we've closed the UFO reporting section. So it was a bit of a surprise, and I thought, well, this is now an opportunity for me to move forward with a big question to all police forces in England. Now, in England, the way it works is that police forces are broken down into geographical areas, which we would call counties, English counties. So Cornwall, Devon, Kent, those kind of, large areas.
Right.
And so in England, there were England, Scotland, and Wales, there were 43 separate police forces. So I wrote to these forces and said, you may not be aware of this, but the Ministry of Defence has just closed its UFO reporting facility. And year on year, you get around, collectively, about 300, 600 sightings in the UK and are reported to the police. So what are you going to do after this time? And all the police forces came back to me very quickly and said, thank you for bringing this to our attention. We didn't have an idea. We'll put it to our strategic planning and we'll get back to you. Within 2 weeks of writing all those letters, I got 2 police forces actually ringing me up and saying, we will make you our single point of contact, what's called a SPOC, S-P-O-C, a single point of contact. I was going to be the go-to guy. So if after that date, December 2009, they got a report of a UFO sighting, they would then ring me up and tell me. So I thought, this is great. However, the then sticky problem arises when my chief constable of the force for which I worked apparently got a phone call from another chief constable of a different county in England who said, "Who is this UFO nut you've got working for you?" or something along those lines. And because my chief constable felt embarrassed, he then instructed my chief superintendent to start disciplinary proceedings against me for, believe it or not, bringing the force into disrepute, which was ridiculous because I'd written a private letter in an off-duty capacity, clearly saying that it was off-duty, it was not the views of my force, but I was just giving them information. And basically, if you're in a big organisation, and it's probably the same in the States, it's very rare that you actually beat a big organisation. And basically, I was then taken to what's called a disciplinary system in the UK for police officers, and I could have lost my job.
Wow.
In the end, it took a year of investigation, and then that year later, I was then subjected to this tribunal where potentially my job was on the line, and in the end I got a 12-month written warning, which is very serious, because it basically said if you cross the line in any capacity in that 12 months, we can sack you and you lose your pension and everything.
Wow.
So when that happened, I realised that the writing was on the wall. And I wouldn't have minded if I'd have strung myself naked to the railings and chained myself up to outside Downing Street, naked, shouting, "Ummomi ommi, come get me, I'm an alien." Right. I could understand that. But actually all I was doing was giving information and trying to be constructive. And what they did in the part of that process was they actually wrote to all the chief constables and said, "This guy contacted you recently, he's now getting disciplined, forget whatever he said." And so that process that was just opening up to me of transfer of information from police forces was just hit on the head with a hammer.
Wow. Now, there is a question from James in the UK, and he wants to know, is there any way that UK officers can upload anything they may catch on a dash cam once authorized? And also, did you ever look into the case of the Swedish twins?
The Swedish twins, I need a bit more than that. It does not ring in any bells.
Okay.
And I retired at the end of March 2013, and believe it or not, other than what we would call traffic cars, i.e. cars that patrolled the motorways, your state highways, as you would say, we wouldn't have had cameras in cars, whereas now they're very common. But there weren't, other than in special traffic cars, they weren't in all police vehicles then. So I don't know what the procedures are there now. Okay. But in theory, anything that's recorded on the data discs or SD cards or whatever memory flash cards, that will be owned by the force. So in theory, they'll have to submit it to through force procedures, and they won't be allowed to copy it for themselves. Although, if I caught a UFO on my dash cam, I think I'd take a copy.
Now, have you ever personally researched any high-profile cases of UFO sightings by military personnel? And did you investigate the witness testimony of those involved with the Rendlesham incident in 1980?
Yes, that's the most high-profile, because what a lot of people don't realise is that when I served in the Royal Air Force between 1983 and 1989, for 3 of my 6 years, I served on 2 nuclear bases, protecting. I was an RAF policeman, and I protected nuclear weapons, i.e. nuclear weapons that would be attached to aircraft fighters, jet fighters. And I essentially did exactly the same job as the US Air Force police officers and airmen involved in Rendlesham Forest. And what I realised was, having read up on the Rendlesham Forest case, it's obviously very famous, that there must be more witnesses, especially if the claim that beams were shone down by a UFO into what's called the weapons storage area. And I knew that having worked in those weapons storage areas, there must be many more witnesses if that's that actually happened. So as happened, and you kind of make your own luck in life sometimes. UFO Hunters program where Bill Burns was coming over to the UK to film some of my Prufos police stories. And I said, well, you're not just coming over to see me, surely? And they said, no, we're doing some other filming. We're doing some filming at Rendlesham Forest. And I said, well, I'd like to get involved in that, if I may. And they said, why? So I told them the story about the fact that I'd worked on nuclear bases. And they said, oh, that might be interesting because Colonel Holt's coming across. And obviously I was aware who Holt was, the deputy base commander. And they said, oh, that'd be good if you ask him some questions on camera. So if you actually go through to the UFO Hunter series, I think it's series 1, I'm in one of the early episodes where they do Rendlesham Forest, and I'm there with Bill Burns and Colonel Holt. And so I met Holt, and as a result of meeting Holt, we then began a 7-year collaboration period between early 2008 to early 2015, where I said I'd like to write a film script based on the Rendlesham story. Would you work with me on it in terms of details? And he said yes. So that's what happened. And so I got to know Holt pretty well, albeit only met him twice. The rest of it was done by email because obviously he lived in the States and I lived in England. But we had a very regular email. And I would say I got to know him pretty well. The frustration comes is that having subsequently met John Burroughs, Larry Warren, Jim Penniston, I've met the main people. As time went on, I began to kind of question the way Colonel Holt viewed the case, and far from bringing the witnesses together as the most senior officer to go on record about it, I felt that he actually was playing games with some of the witnesses and stirring things up. And it came to a head where basically he made unsubstantiated claims against the original whistleblower, Larry Warren, and I said, if you've got evidence, which you claim to have, put it out there and let's see where the evidence falls, because in the end the truth is the truth.
Right.
But he didn't. And I said, you're wrong to make you're slurring his character, Larry Warren's character, and I said, that's wrong. Unsubstantiated claims, you can't do it. And he repeated it again when he came over to England for a lecture. So I then ended that association.
But Gary, I don't mean to interrupt you, but there's been a lot of back and forth going on recently about Larry's role in Rendlesham. And Adrian Bustinza has said that Larry was in fact with him at one point before Adrian went to go see John Burroughs with Holt on the third night. In your investigative process, do you feel that Larry was in fact there and did experience something at Rendlesham?
Yes, without a shadow of a doubt. Don't get me wrong, Larry is I think is one of the biggest victims of the Rendlesham, because it has affected him psychologically in the sense that he was 19 years old when he suddenly, he'd just been on the base, a matter of days, when he suddenly finds himself caught up in what turns out to be arguably the biggest case in the world now. And I would say it screwed him up, and as it did many of the others who saw and got involved and were mistreated. Because don't forget, other people have gone on the record, like Larry Warren, to say that he was given sodium pentothal. He was interrogated. Jim Penniston said that. Adrian Bustinza will say that he was interrogated, but he doesn't like talking about it. But it was great that Adrian Bustinza, after years of being in the background, having made initial comments many years earlier, then came in and validated it, which is exactly what Larry had said. So for me, now here's the thing, is I was an advanced interviewer of suspects and witnesses. My thing was interviewing, whether it be suspects or witnesses. I was good at sussing out people. And Larry Warren was telling the truth. He was involved in the Capel Green. Something strange went on there. And unfortunately, this is where I kind of fell out with Colonel Holt, because as much as I respected Holt for his rank, etc., he would not go anywhere near Larry Warren and just became intent on destroying his credibility and causing a problem. Right. Whereas recently, in the last couple of years, John Burroughs has confirmed that he saw Larry Warren out on one of the nights. So all these little pieces come together. The sad thing with all of it is that there has been far too much infighting amongst the witnesses. And that I think could have been handled a hell of a lot different. If I'd have been a senior officer involved of that rank, I would have been saying, look, we've all been involved in something. We've all got different perceptions of what's happened. It's very, very weird. But I, as the senior officer, want to say, look, boys, you're all my team. We come together and we just accept that we've all got a part to play, and we start putting the jigsaw pieces together. Now, that's what I would do as a leader of men. But it strikes me that Colonel Holt failed to do that. And John Burroughs has had many issues with Colonel Holt changing his story and things like that. Jim Penniston, likewise. So it's been, I think, a hell of a mess. But here's the bottom line, though, but even when you strip all the personalities and egos out of it, you are still left with 3 nights of UFO activity at a nuclear weapons base that was on the brink of war, and it was on a war footing for the simple reason was that at the time, and it's often forgotten, that at the time of the Rendlesham Forest incident, hundreds of thousands of Soviet troops were massing on the borders of Poland. Yep. Why? Because of Lech Wałęsa and the Polish shipyard workers threatening to break away from the Soviet state. Poland was still a Soviet satellite state. And if people remember their history, I think in Hungary they crushed a rebellion very similar in the 60s. So it looked like Russia, Soviet Union, was going to go into Poland and put this shipyard worker movement down. And so the world was in a dangerous place. And also at the same time was the American hostage crisis. So 2 world events threatening to destabilize the world is going on at Rendlesham. So why do UFOs turn up at Rendlesham? Simple. Because Colonel Holt told me, and it's been recently in the national newspapers, there were more nuclear weapons at the Bentwaters weapons storage area than anywhere else in Europe. And that's why UFOs turn up there. It was an inspection, but at a time of world crisis, they turn up to say, what the hell are they doing there?
Now, before our next break, we got a question in the chat room from Lib. He wants to know, what evidence have you received from other police officials? Any pictures, recordings, witness statements that stick out to you?
Oh, I mean, I've got lots of corroborated cases by multiple witnesses, but what I'm saying is that the majority of the cases that you get, even if it's an on-duty, how often do on-duty officers have videoed, or that they, at the time of having the sighting, say they're on duty and they see something, they're usually in awe, they don't actually do what they would normally do, gather evidence. That often happens. People don't take photographs even though they've got a camera with them. That's quite common. But I have got video footage of cylindrical UFO that was captured by 2 off-duty police officers, man and wife, in a rural area. Great clip, sunshine, rotating, an upright cylinder which they described 200 feet long, just upright, no noise, just rotating on its own axis, sun gleaming, clear blue day, sky, clouds for reference. I've got other cases similar, traffic car recording a strange front end on camera, because that was a traffic car, on a hillside, which the officer described as not a ball of light as it looks on the camera, but actually a number of spheres tightly packed together in a cluster. Lots of multiple witness cases. I've got documents where officers have sent me police logs proving that they were involved in the incidents. I've even got logs where my name is quoted, contact DC Eseltine, because he researches police cases. So there is still some reference to me within police forces. And, but the vast majority of cases I would still say 3/4 of them are historical in nature. So sometimes officers have contacted me and said, well, let me give you a really good example. I won't give you the name, but it will be in the book. A top official in the 80s, a government minister in the British government, a top politician, was in the country in what was called North Yorkshire, another county of England, and he was en route to another destination, but because he was travelling up north, he basically stayed overnight in this like country estate, nice house in the middle of the country, and he had 2 close protection officers, i.e. firearms officers. Well, at that time in England, not many officers were carrying firearms, as you know. Things are changing a little bit now, lots more. But then it was rare to have police officers carrying firearms. But these were diplomatic, close protection officers. So these 2 police officers, plain clothes, were carrying weapons, sidearms, and the minister, top minister, very famous minister in the Margaret Thatcher administration, and basically he'd gone to bed, and it's in the morning, these 2 police officers are walking around in the grounds around the house perimeter, and it's one of those lovely sunny mornings, not a cloud in the sky. And as they're walking around, it's lovely and quiet. They're just relaxed, just walking around the building, when suddenly the sky goes dark. And as they look up, the reason why the sky's gone dark is because a large cylindrical object is parked directly above the government minister's building, where he's in bed. And they watch it. One of them goes for his sidearm, and his mate puts his hand on him and says, basically, what are you going to do with that? When there's this huge object directly above them, which they described as being like the length of a football field, purple in colour, just hovering silently above the building. They watch in awe for a few seconds, totally silent, huge object, then shoots off in the blink of an eye, a few miles away, stops on the horizon, stops briefly, and then shoots out of sight. Now, those kind of cases, corroborated cases, you couldn't make them up. And why would you? But that was an historical account of which it's hard to go back and do an investigation of something that no doubt will be treated as secret anyway because of the government level of the minister.
Indeed.
That's often the case.
Indeed. And with that, we're going to take our top of the hour break and come back. Remember, if you guys have any questions throughout the show, post them in the KGRA chat room, and we will do it.
I'm going to get rid of that commercial that we're talking about right now. So hello to everybody in YouTube chat, those that are watching, and those that are in chat, our good friends in the chat room. I am going to skip to those little that little break there, and get to
I've no doubt this, but not
the next segment. Here we go. I hope you're enjoying the interview with Gary Heseltine, or Heseltine, however you want to pronounce it. So let's get back to this replay from last year. Jamie and I interviewing Gary.
All right, welcome back to the show, the Jamie Havocan Show here on KGRA Radio. Tonight our guest is Gary Heseltine, and we're talking to him about a variety of different cases and reports in the UK that have dealt with police sightings, reports, and much more. And with that, I'm going to jump into a question here. What about the Ministry of Defence's role in cover-ups in the UK, and has there been a similar instance of crash retrieval like we have had here in Area 51 in the UK?
I think there are supposedly several crashes, but not on the level of Roswell and Aurora and things like that. But there are some supposedly circumstantial cases historically that there has been some crashes. There was a supposed crash in Cannock Chase. I can think of perhaps another one in Ireland that comes to mind. But like the US, there is no two ways about it. That America, that the UK, because of our special relationship with America, follows its policy, which is to be very secretive. America, in my opinion, is the most secretive government in the world on UFOs. It runs the subject worldwide. other than perhaps Russia and say China. But worldwide and historically, America runs the show and has done for 60 years, and UK follows its lead. Has been one of the most secretive governments in the world. So the MOD reacts more or less the same thing. If something crashed, it would be cordoned off. It would then be spirited away. It would probably be handed over to the Americans to be investigated and whatever. Exactly. I've no doubt that the Americans certainly know a lot more. What you've got to understand is, and I say this at all my lectures, is the people who come to lectures have got to understand that there are two worlds. There is the secret world of governments and intelligence services, and in that world, unless you've got the need-to-know credentials, you are never going to be a part of it. You're never going to get to the truth. And I'm not a part of that, you're not a part of that, and no doubt 99% of the people in your audience are not part of it. So we are reliant about what's called the public domain, where people like pilots have gone on the record, scientists have gone on the record, astronauts have gone on the record, plus backed up with telemetry data, radar data, and things like that in some of the classic cases. So that's what we're reliant upon. But that is perhaps only 10% of the tip of an iceberg. 90% of what is known about UFOs undoubtedly is known by the Americans and the secret intelligence services of the United States.
Now, are you familiar with Richard D. Hall's work on the Brecon Beacon in Wales, which he claims a British UFO military special forces base which goes throughout the UK and Europe to secure crash and retrieval of human mutilated bodies? Are you familiar with any of this work?
Yeah, Richard D. Hall is a friend of mine, and yes, I've seen his documentary, and he's appeared at my conference for 3 years on the row. No, we're friends, and I've been to his home and his family. He is an excellent documentary filmmaker. He's different from me. He's more of a maverick, and he likes to do things and go off on his own and kind of like hide in the middle of nowhere kind of thing. And he doesn't work with the mainstream media, although he is prepared to, but his basis is, unless you give me full editorial control, I work with the mainstream, because it'll get turned into something that it's not. That's his take, and we have different approaches. Because I say, well, I'm quite happy to work with the media. Yes, I know that our hands are tied, but I have to work within the media because I'm trying to change that from the inside. So we have different approaches, but I am aware of his research into human mutilations, and I do believe that there have been a small number of human mutilations. And I think the obvious question to that is, why wouldn't there be? Especially when they appear to show the same kind of injuries and jaw strips and organs being removed in the same way that animal mutilations. Surely it's just an extension. Now, what he suggests is that this is more covert, more organised, in association with America, that there are retrieval teams. I have no doubt that there are retrieval teams out there to recover craft that are sent worldwide, mainly operated from the States, but I've no doubt that because of our special relationship, that we will have British retrieval teams that can operate on a similar basis.
Interesting. Now, we have a question sent in from Johnny Webb. He wants to know, have you met Nick Pope and discussed the ufology topic, and what do you think about his role as former Ministry of Defense UFO investigator?
I've met Nick several times. He's an affable guy, and I've even sat across the table and had the one-to-one meals with him. He's a nice enough guy. However, I still think he works for the MOD.
Interesting. Not for nothing. I think there's a lot. I mean, I don't want to say a lot. I think there are some individuals that are part of the disinfo campaign, Gary, and they're doing this work publicly, and it's creating confusion and delusionment within the ufology field. That's just my personal opinion. I'm not saying Nick Pope, because I do not know him, but I believe that
I know him pretty well, and I'm not saying anything that I've not said to him over dinner. That I still think that you supply information to the Ministry of Defence, and he kind of gives me that strange look that he has, and doesn't know what to say. Good luck to him, but I find his conflicting statements on UFOs puzzling, because if somebody says to me, Gary, on television, do you believe that some UFO sightings are ET? I say yes, 100% of the time. When you ask Nick that question on live TV, and because of his past involvement with the Ministry of Defence, he's had far more opportunities on mainstream TV, on live television, where he's been asked, so Nick, you don't work for the MOD anymore. Do you believe that the ET is real? I don't know. It's an interesting question. And in reality, he already said in 1996, when he went public for the first time, he went on Newsnight on the BBC on a prestigious political program called Newsnight, and said, I believe in ET. Well, I think that was done deliberately to plant him within the UFO community, because don't forget, he would have to be welcomed with open arms. Well, some MOD official saying, I believe in ET, that's probably going to give you the arms out there, outstretched, come and join us kind of thing. But once he got within the UFO community, I personally believe that he then has been nothing but disinformation.
Interesting. Let's talk about the magazine for a minute, which you were nice enough to give out a year subscription tonight. And guys, you guys can email Gary if you'd like a sample of the magazine and choose a copy. What is it, between 1 and 18?
Yep.
Which copy you'd like between 1 and 18, you can email him at hazeltinegary@hotmail.com. Can you provide some insight on what type of information the public can view on a regular basis in the magazine, and who are some of the contributors, website, etc.?
Well, basically, it in terms of the magazine, it's 96 pages, it's bi-monthly, colour, it just looks like any other magazine. Right, the kind of people that write on a regular basis: Mary Rodwell, who is one of the famous, most famous people dealing with abductees in the world. Susan Hansen is the top researcher in New Zealand. Bill Chalker is the top researcher in Australia. A.J. Javard writes quite regularly. He's the owner of UFO magazine in Brazil, but speaks excellent English. We've got another Brazilian, one of his top reporters, called Tiago Tichetti. He's a regular columnist. We've got people who are making contributions from Denmark, Norway, places like that. What I want to do is get all of the best researchers from around the world writing. So over that period of time, Steve Bassett, Robert Hastings, Robert Salas, Richard Dolan, Peter Robbins, Colonel Holt actually wrote an issue before we fell out about Rendlesham in issue 3. So you've got people from all around the world, people in Canada, Grant Cameron, people like that. So they've all written for the magazine, and basically the magazine has got regular features, and some of the regular features are the UK roundup, which I do, a worldwide roundup of sightings, which I do, and then we have a look at science and space news, regular feature. But then basically, when you then add in all the articles from our regular columnists, you have this international expertise under one roof, as it were. And that's what I'm trying to create. Now, one thing that I said off-air during one of the breaks that I think is worth mentioning now is what makes UFO Truth magazine a bit different. Well, straight away when I launched it, I said, I want this to try to change things for the better, to give us more information. Well, how do you do that? Well, what I said was, everybody who subscribes to the magazine, basically a third of all monies raised through yearly subscriptions automatically ring-fence. Now, if you think about it, how many people would give a third of their profits, for want of a better word, away and ring-fence it for other causes? Well, that's what I'm doing, because straight away, by having that ring-fence 1/3 of monies that comes in through yearly subscriptions, it then creates a funding mechanism. So straight away, going rather than people running conferences and losing money hand over fist, straight away this created a funding mechanism, initially in the UK, to which we've already run 4 conferences and also a 5th conference, because we've now expanded to 2 major magazine conferences, one near London and the main 2-day one in Holmfirth, where Travis Walton is speaking and Nick Redfern, amongst others, are speaking in September. That's 600 and odd people will be there at this event. So it's a big, big event. And basically, we've only been going 3.5 years, so we're still growing. But the idea is the more people subscribe, the bigger that pot of money will be that's ring-fenced. So I have made contributions and donations to various projects as well as funding conferences. But you think about it, if we had, in this day and age where things go viral, although I don't know how to make something go viral, but if you did, and the magazine really caught hold, that for a few dollars, I mean, you're literally looking at $20 for the year kind of thing, a third of that money is then ring-fenced. You think that if we had 10,000 people subscribing worldwide, what if it was 50,000 people? You would have a huge pot of money, not for me to have swimming pools, but to be used for UFO causes, where we really could, as I've said on several lectures, is we could start to make a difference. We could buy a page in the British Times for X however amount, and rather than forget articles by reporters that don't believe in UFOs, we could buy the page and just put information and say, there you go, X amount of money, let's put some facts about UFOs and sell that advertising space, and we'll buy that page. Costs thousands, but if you had enough people believing in what I'm trying to achieve, we could do something. People moan about, oh, there's no disclosure. Well, how do you think you get disclosure? By creating pressure. How do you create pressure? By getting off your butt and doing something constructive. And unfortunately, as much as the internet is brilliant for information per se, it's also led to tremendous apathy, especially in the area of UFOs, because people become now what I call armchair experts, because there are millions of websites they can look at, and they think they know it all without ever doing any research, getting off the butt. But they know it all. And unfortunately, those people put loads of disinformation out there, and it's the blind leading the blind, and most of the websites are uncorroborated, put crap out there. And that's the problem with the downside to the internet. Now, if we really wanted to make an inroads and have a powerful body of people and a cause and a financial factor, we'd unite behind a cause. And if you raise loads of money through this ring fencing, we could have a huge amount of money. What if we had 100,000 people in an email world? That's nothing. It's a drop in the ocean, and yet people will not pay just a few dollars or pounds or whatever currency because it's not in print. They don't like paying for something that's not real. They can't touch it.
You know what's interesting, Gary? Here in the States, it's actually something that disturbs me. It actually angers me, to a certain extent. When anything is covered regarding ufology, sightings, witness testimony, whatever it may be, on the media, it is usually mocked, ridiculed.
Absolutely.
You see these newscasters with a grin on their face, or they have a laugh, like it's just a smirk. And that's what bothers me when I see when there could be legitimate
Their location, it's a rural location, so that under those circumstances, it's very close, and it's shining a beam down across the ground, the width of the football field, and flying around this large object are smaller objects, so akin to 6 objects flying around a mothership. There's no noise. It didn't come left, it didn't come right, it didn't come down. It just blink, and it's there. And they watch it for 5 minutes in awe, and then suddenly, like a light bulb, off it goes, just disappears in front of them. It don't go left, don't go right, don't go up. So that's a great case. And then the second one is where 2 police officers in a marked police vehicle are in a lay-by, and suddenly over the trees in a short distance away from them, they see a huge black triangular craft, and it's so low it's just above treetops. But they said to me, the officer who reported to me, he said it was the size of 3 football fields. And I said, how can you tell that it was the size of 3 football fields? And he goes, because when we saw it, it was over 3 football fields. Now that's pretty good validation, and it was a corroborated case. So cases like that. Now, you've got to think, so are these making it up? No. What's the point? You know, are they going to gain loads of money? Are they going to become famous? No, they risk ridicule, absolutely. So what's the motive? They haven't got one. They're just telling the truth. So you've got to ask yourself a question. Establish, is something seen? Was something seen? Yes. So then you have to determine logically what this object could be. What have we got that's of that size, the size of 3 football fields, that hovers silently at just above treetop level? Have we got anything conventional that we can name? And the answer is no.
Now, Gary, we're getting close to wrapping up the show, but before we end, I want to ask you about, you've done numerous conferences in the past, and you've got 2 coming up, one in September where you're going to have Travis Walton there, and also you're sponsoring, UFO Truth Magazine is sponsoring Eric Von Daniken Legacy Night. Can you just touch on that quickly?
Yeah, the main conference, which is triggered by this ring-fence payments.
Okay, that's pretty much old news that Gary was speaking about last year, toward the end of the year, when they were going to have that Legacy Night for Eric Von Daniken. So right now we're going to go and switch it over. I've gotten permission from a friend of ours, Tino, when he interviewed Larry in 3-part segment. So we're going to do that now. But first, I want to see if I could find a quick thing that Jamie and I had done. Just a quick clip, if I can find the place. Just to give a little insight about this whole, I would call it a controversy, because it just goes back and forth, which is really unfortunate. Because this is such really, I think, a profound and great case. There's Mom. You can hear her in the background. I'm trying to find the interview. Ma, where you going? Oh. All right, let's see if I can find it. Don't go shoveling snow. That's crazy if you do. All right. Let's see if I can find it quickly before we get to Tino's stuff. And I know my camera's going to die because the battery, I forgot to charge it and all this commotion. Let me see if it's in here. John Burroughs. Where is John Burroughs? There it is. Now, let me see if I can find it.
Hey, guys, and this Thursday night's a good one. And then when we come off a break in August, we're going to have a tour.
Cool. And you can check out Alan's site.
Oh, it's back more. When we went and saw the shift commander, it was one of those. There was another discrepancy. At one point, Halt says now that I was armed, I drew my weapon, and we all passed out. So also the fact that Colonel Halt
trying to find
was looking to by the people that went out there during the days.
Prostate Revive.
Okay,
so don't take money.
They're out there that have seen things right in how you perceive it.
Together, have a discussion about the events that you might have shared, the discussion between yourselves, and maybe, I'm just speculating here, that Larry spoke with Adrian afterwards and maybe some other people, and maybe
All right,
that
let's go
kind
back
of,
a little.
There's another discrepancy. At one point, the puzzles were put together, but that's kind of the lower irrelevant part of it. What basically is that for now at least, that Larry Warren was out there. Even the controversy, and I'm not just going to get at this point.
and his co-host is Linda Moulton Howe. You had Adrian Bustinza on.
Yes.
And Larry was also on toward the end of that.
Yeah.
It seems that maybe Adrian was kind of verifying that he and Larry had something go on in the field. They seen this green mist, lights, shadowy figures. But then Larry went back supposedly to the base, or he was told to go back, and Adrian went with you. And what happened then? I mean, what did that happen? Did Adrian have something go on with Larry, and then something with you later on?
Well, I think the controversy, and I'm not just going to get at this point or directly, this immediately. I'm going to go through the whole controversy. The first night when the three of us went out there, Pennison has different recollection of what went on. Ed, even his is a little bit different than even what I remember. I mean, Ed at one point, he did an interview and said he remembers that I was armed, I drew my weapon, and we all passed out. So it seems like whenever you get close to this object, it does affect memories, what people remember, what they saw, and even people perceive it differently to the point of where it's like, I'll explain it this way. Go look at the God's helmet. It's a Persinger did a work on it. And when your mind and your pineal gland gets affected by EM radiation, it can affect you on how you see it and how you perceive it. So there is some questions about that. Whatever we approached and dealt with may have affected how we saw things and what we remember what went on. So that's the first thing. On the third night, I think it's been pretty much established now that, for now at least, that Larry Warren was out there. Even Halt has said that, he might have been out there on the fringes. The questioning always comes up on whether Larry was out there is because, and people will get mad, but his story's changed. One time he said he was out there and he passed out and woke up in his room. Then he says no, he got ordered back. One point he said he was recalled out there into the field, and then another point he says no, he came to guard mount and he went on duty. There's all kinds of discrepancies in all of that, okay, which leads to questioning by people. And what's funny is when somebody questions it, then they get jumped on. But you're never going to get to the bottom of everything until you kind of get a good baseline and pieces of the puzzle put together. But that's kind of the lower irrelevant part of it. What basically is that the third night happened, Halt had a team out there. It's clear that Larry Warren was not with that group of five, for sure. There's no doubt about it. Okay, but then there's another discrepancy. At one point, Halt says now, at first, well, the interesting thing was at first Colonel Halt said neither one of Adrian and I were ever out there. And then the tape came out, it showed we were, our names were on there. And then slowly over the years, his story's disintegrated because now he's even admitted now that Adrian and I went forward when he always denied that. But it's clear that it appears that Larry was at least out there that night. And at some point, he may have seen something or something happened. But even Halt says that Adrian was with him most of the time, other than the fact that when he first came on, they went over and got some white owls and put them in the field. So there is discrepancies on as far as who was where and when. But there is no discrepancy on the fact that Halt and his team went out there. They had some kind of encounter. You can listen to the tape and hear it real time as it happened. And that Adrian and I went forward and there was an interaction afterwards. The rest of it makes for good drama. And I also feel it hurts the case because there are other people that know different things that I think are afraid, or some of them even told me they're afraid to come out because what they saw and what they remember doesn't match up to some of the things that have been said.
Right. Because I think I want to know one thing before I get to this point, though. Did any of you, before you were debriefed, did you guys get together and have a discussion about the events that you might have shared, the discussion between yourselves, and maybe, I'm just speculating here, that Larry spoke with Adrian afterwards and maybe some other people, and maybe that kind of caused the confusion in his mind to remember exactly his own recollection, and maybe pieces of those things that he heard from others was intertwined with what he remembers, because he claims that there's a lot of things too that he doesn't remember. He doesn't like you said before, whether he was told back to go base, he doesn't remember getting back to the base. There's some kind of cloudy.
Well, I agree, but that's the problem, though. In his book, he said it happened one way. In an interview he did with News of the World, he said it happened a different way. So, see, here's the problem. You spend too much time dwelling on individual stories and not on the fact of what something happened and we encountered something and really what was it. And that's the most important part of this. And the problem is we can't get forward with the second part as long as the bickering and the fighting is going on. You know what I mean? Because there's people that could fill in more of the pieces that haven't come forward, and we could actually start to assimilate everything that we saw and what we did and maybe come up with a better idea on what it was.
Now, did Colonel Halt tell you to suppress your witness testimony either from the first or third night? And what was
there was two incidents where it's clear. The first one
Okay, so I just wanted to play that little segment because that's when I actually asked John Burroughs about the whole Larry thing. I just wanted to play that before we get to our good friend Tino in the UK. And I'm going to cue that up now. I just got to make sure I shut mine down so we don't hear two audios going. Then I got to get ready to change the battery. Because it's going to die. So let me get this all set up. And thanks again to Tina for allowing us to play this audio. Let's see if I can get it going.
But he thinks, everything.
Oh, that's part 3. We don't want part 3. Why does it say part 1? Oh, it is part 1.
If this is Colonel Charles I. Halt, retired, Woodbridge, Virginia, is where he lived, of all places. Please be advised that this office has been retained by Mr. Larry Warren to represent his personal interest regarding the incident which occurred in Rendlesham Forest on the outskirts of RAF Woodbridge, Suffolk, England, during late December 1980. Clearly, it is your legal prerogative to express opinions regarding the Bentwaters incident, which is what it is. It's not Rendlesham. We didn't know the name of that forest. Conversely, you have no legal right to knowingly make and publish false statements about Mr. Warren, or otherwise publicly propagate falsehoods calculated to disparage his character, credibility, or the marketability of any business projects which Mr. Warren has an interest. Now, writing a book is, sorry folks, I know some people think in this silly effing UFO game people seem to dig, that, we should spend 11 years, about 90 grand, and just give away books, My time's worth money. I'm sorry, I'm a capitalist pig. And so when, and that's what that's referring to. And that can go into other business interests, and which he has taken up recently, attacking without any knowledge of anything at all. But an enemy of my enemy, it sounds good, but anyway, the knowingly malicious statements which you made in the presence of, this was some gig he did in England back then, earlier this year, regarding Mr. Warren's military record cannot be tolerated. You see, you don't say these things. You don't take a legal challenge unless you can back it up, else you're going to be paying the damages of both sides, and the lawyers always win. So you got to know what you're doing. Both personally and professionally and in business must cease. While nobody looks forward to litigation, should these attacks continue, Mr. Warren will have no choice but to pursue the legal remedies available to him to prevent further attacks. I thank you for your anticipated cooperation. And that's Matt Valerio, who was my lawyer, who's actually in politics now in Vermont. He's quite up there in state government. And
all right, they're telling me it's not part 1. For some reason, I have the Warren Perspective part 1, and that's the audio that's coming through on my end. So I'll try it again. Let's see what I can do here. Let's see if we'll start this over. Let's see what's going on. Okay, let's see. How come I don't hear anything now?
You know.
I thought we should have a little conversation.
Okay, I think this is now part 1. Let's find out. I'm sure Heidi and Tina will let me know. I think it is. Let's get this right. It is part 1 coming.
Hey Larry, how's it going?
Hey T, how you doing?
All right, man. Hey, what you been up to?
Yeah, this, that, and the other, and you know.
I thought we should. I thought we should have a little conversation.
I'm afraid to say anything. God knows how that it turns out on the internet. You know, with the blue-booted spin doctors and stuff.
Yeah,
you know,
there's a lot of that going around at the moment, isn't there?
Yeah, sure is. Like herpes, you know, the gift that keeps giving.
It never stops. I thought we should have a little chat about some recent allegations or continuing allegations made by your former Colonel Holt. He's got into a habit of recent times, particularly started when he came over to Woodbridge, gave a talk, spent the last sort of half hour attacking you without any right of reply for you. He's done it on several radio shows recently, and he's also done it at the Open Minds conference recently over in the States.
Yeah.
And the most recent one was on the Alison Dunlop show, where he spent again about 25 minutes just basically character assassinating you.
Yeah.
So,
his job.
There's a number of points he raised.
Yeah.
And if it's okay with you, if we could go through them, and if you feel you need to make a reply to any of them.
Well, I'm sure I will. But I want to say I haven't heard that show. I have trouble hearing the voice of its host. Reminds me of the politician in Scotland. That's another one I can't listen to very long. So I haven't heard it, and I haven't heard. You haven't. Just to be clear, you haven't told me the questions you've put together. Though I'm happy to, deal with.
This is the first time we're going over this.
That's a fact. I haven't heard the thing. I'm aware of the Open Minds. Haven't heard what he said. Though I will say I sent them a friendly Alejandro Rojas, who is a nice young boy who I actually know, and they might be 50, but he seems like a young kid. But I sent a nice email saying, look, he's going to be speaking, and he has a right to his opinions on the events. But I said he's been taken to stating second-hand, third-hand slander and defamation without any proof of anything, without being challenged to show any proof in radio. Like Kevin Randall has a show. I guess I'm the only one that doesn't have a radio show now.
Yeah, well, this is why I thought this might be important, because,
But I sent that to him, just a nice thing, saying, would you have a word, tell him, please not to do that. And clearly they just didn't think it was important to pay attention to it. And the guy did it. And I imagine he has this, I call him Last 20 Chuck now, because he seems to use his last 20 minutes to do his stuff with me. And so, yeah, I'm curious to hear what you got. And we'll go from there. So
yeah,
it's all
I just think it's fair that at least you.
If anyone sees it, it's cold, I mean, but I will tell you, way back. Oh, I happen to have it here. Well, I imagine you're going to put it in.
We'll work through it. So I just think it's
I took legal action against 20-Minute Chuck about 21 years ago. And, I don't hesitate to take legal action. I've been in a few of them. It's not always effective, unless you're a millionaire. The lawyers are the only winners in the game. But it shows you're willing to hold people to account in a court of law. So I took him for the same reasons he does now, slander, defamation. In fact, I can just start it off by reading this to you, because it's a bit dated, but just so maybe the kids that don't know the dynamic of all this.
Yeah, let's take it back a step and.
They think it's something new, and in reality, it ain't new. So this is from my law firm.
Okay, what's the date on that, Larry?
in the States, and that's Halt's address crossed out. You see, other people have posted my Social Security number on their Facebooks and things. I have the courtesy not to give personal details to people.
Okay, and what's the date on that letter, Larry?
Yeah, it's 22 June 1995.
Okay, so it's prior to the book launch as well?
Well, it's 2 years before the book.
Yeah.
John Hanson doesn't seem to know that, but he thinks, everything dates it perfectly, don't it? But it don't. But this, I can read it real brief. This is Colonel Charles I. Halt, retired, Woodbridge, Virginia, is where he lived, of all places. Please be advised that this office has been retained by Mr. Larry Warren to represent his personal interest regarding the incident which occurred in Rendlesham Forest on the outskirts of 1980. Clearly, it is your legal prerogative to express opinions regarding the Bentwaters incident, which is what it is. It's not Rendlesham. We didn't know the name of that forest. Conversely, you have no legal right to knowingly make and publish false statements about Mr. Warren, or otherwise publicly propagate falsehoods calculated to disparage his character, credibility, or the marketability of any business projects which Mr. Warren has an interest. Now, writing a book is, sorry folks, I know some people think in this silly effing UFO game people seem to dig, that, we should spend 11 years, about 90 grand, and just give away books, My time's worth money. I'm sorry, I'm a capitalist pig. And so when, and that's what that's referring to. And that can go into other business interests, and which he has taken up recently, attacking without any knowledge of anything at all. But an enemy of my enemy, it sounds good, but anyway, the knowingly malicious statements which you made in the presence of, this was some gig he did in England back then, earlier this year, regarding Mr. Warren's military record cannot be tolerated. You see, you don't say these things. You don't take a legal challenge unless you can back it up, else you're going to be paying the damages of both sides, and the lawyers always win. So you got to know what you're doing. Both personally and professionally and in business must cease. While nobody looks forward to litigation, should these attacks continue, Mr. Warren will have no choice but to pursue the legal remedies available to him to prevent further attacks. I thank you for your anticipated cooperation. And that's Matt Valerio, who was my lawyer, who's actually in politics now in Vermont. He's quite up there in state government. And so bottom line is that worked for many years when it came to disparaging and legal, and it just worked. Now with the advent of, certain people who they've allied with, which is scary. These are the type of people that think Sandy Hook was a false flag. As little kids getting shot in the face. There were no aircraft in 9/11. We didn't go to the moon. And these are people that have never left their basements, have never had a job, they've never done this, they've never done, and yet they're very large on the old keyboard, and they're frightening people, really. And I know firsthand now how damaging. And there's a word some young person told me about this new phenomena. I don't know if it's new, but called gang stalking. And I guess this is what I've dealt with for the last 2 years, and Halt has, and that stone cold idiot Nick Pope does the same thing.
So do you sense that there's a bigger game at play here rather than just a few conspiracy theorists who have ganged up? Yeah.
No, there's more to it. They're useful shills. They're shills. Halt knows what he's doing, and he's, and he feels free to do it. He's in his 77th year of life. It's a shame he wastes so much time. I mean, I read this other book, maybe we can get to in a while, and it's The Halt Perspective for 35 pounds, folks, and his life in it. I was interested to read his biography. Like him, hate him, whatever. I don't hate anyone, but, well, there's a few. And I was so disappointed. It was 21 pages of his life, clearly written by him in his style. And the rest was, well, it's just a mess. It really is a mess for a book that could have been quite interesting. And it is really, again, 800 pages of misrepresentation, sleight of hand, attacks not just only on me, and then giving voice to internet trolls at the end, making horrendously false allegations, twisting facts. And these are people that attach themselves to a very famous event. I lived through it. And, just to get a name from a profile from themselves on the internet. But they've contributed nothing of value. They've sat around lying about me. Look, if I've done something wrong, I'll say it. Maybe I'm going to have to say it in this, and I will. But if I'm not wrong, I'm not going to sit back and let my family's name get dragged through the mud. I've taken legal action against a couple clowns in England, 4 of them. 1 of them behaved and shut a zip. The other 3 don't understand that only the first level of this action has been delivered upon them. The second one is when they're called to a courtroom, and they're going to have to defend these things they put out there, and they can't. And it's about $5,000 out of their pockets to defend, and they won't even show. I can guarantee. Well, one's so nutty, that person might, but good. But it's not a joke. It's not a game. I'd rather be doing other things, and I do. But anyway, the issue right now at hand is obviously, and I'm here, and I appreciate the opportunity, on what Halt has said. And lastly, I will say, I have not heard the show. Why would I want to listen to it? But I will answer the best I can on these questions.
All right, let's get straight into that then.
Let's do it.
Okay, so Left at Eastgate, the book.
I wrote that with the guy.
Yeah.
I've heard of it.
Left at Eastgate. He describes it as Halt describes it as an amazing book, a fantastic book.
Wow.
Thank you. If it was fiction.
Wow. Okay. It's nonfiction, actually. In fact, it's listed as that in the British Library and the Library of Congress.
Okay.
But good. Thanks for the plug there. Okay. Off to a good start.
Okay.
I think he got it wrong. He's got old eyes, I do too. And he might have found read it wrong. It's a nonfiction book. But thanks for the plug, Chuck.
That's all right. He goes on to
I agree with him. It's a fantastic book, but it's nonfiction.
He goes on.
I wouldn't be good at writing. I don't read fiction anyway in my regular life. I read only true stories, and I wrote one.
He goes on to describe it as obviously not true.
Oh, no.
The book is a joke. And in describing, should we say, the authors of the book, it's a fraud. Left at Eastgate is a fraud.
Okay.
So that's basically his feelings about Left at Eastgate. So what we're going to do is look at some of the points he made in the show with Alison.
Yeah. And, I disagree with him, but, fine. Okay.
He says,
not everyone likes everything.
No. He says early on in the show that he spoke to you several times early on.
Wow.
While you were putting the book together.
Okay.
To keep the, should we say, the fanciful stuff out of the book.
Okay.
And just keep to the truth.
He said this?
Yeah.
Okay.
His words were, he spoke to you several times to get you, quote, put him on track.
Thank you.
Keep you on track to the truth and not wander off.
Thanks,
fantasy.
Dad.
So,
yes.
Do you want to reply to that first?
Oh, that's it? Okay.
Yeah.
If you hear dings, I think that's my Facebook dinging thingy.
No worries. Did he speak to you several times while you were putting the book together? What conversations did you have with him?
Well, what is several times? I spoke to him for about, in Left at Eastgate, that fictional book, he calls it. There's a full interview. In fact, the first interviews ever with Halt, conducted by Peter Robbins via telephone. You see, there wasn't the computer thingy back then. And they're all transcribed with his permission in the book. I got on the phone for about 5 minutes once, and you can see exactly in Left at Eastgate what he said to me. It's not to hand, but no, he didn't try to put me on track. He that whole interaction's there. So there was a 5-minute conversation, and then the next conversation, and I don't remember the year, early 90s. Peter spoke to him about 4 times, and that is all in the book with his permission. You know, we didn't just publish it on him. And
he went on to say.
Well, let me finish. The next so if this is so, I don't think several is 2, because then I met with him, with Peter and Bob Exler in Washington D.C., and I brought my military record that I stole on my way out of the Air Force, because I was advised to do it by a lawyer named Persky, Colonel Persky. He said, "You're going to get fireproofed." And I didn't know what the word meant, and now I do. And I took the records, and so we brought him down to Washington. And I financed that whole run, and we went down. That's all recounted and left at Eastgate accurately. And I sat with him in Pentagon City with, and that whole interaction, the entire thing was recorded, even when he asked us to turn it off. Bob Exler did not turn off his tape recorder. We did. And that was dealing with nuclear weapons and other kind of things. And we had a very pleasant, straightforward interaction. He was going to bring all his evidence to show me. I brought all mine to show him. He never produced a single thing to counter what I did. He verified the authenticity of the documents I had in front of him. He looked at us and said, "Someone's messing around here." And he was not referring to me or Peter, because you cannot forge military documents. I certainly could, especially dated, and there's lingo and things I wouldn't know. And so, yeah, that was it on that one. So that's not true to a degree. And he did not try to set me right or anything. We were really... he was just trying to see. In fact, I asked him face to face. I said, "Would you consider writing the foreword to her book?" And he said, "I will entertain that." Obviously, we didn't ask him.
That might go slightly contrary to what he said, because he went on to say several times, half a dozen times he spoke to you and on the phone, and Peter a couple of times. But in one of those conversations, he said you admitted not knowing what really happened to him. He also
what happened to him?
Sorry, not knowing what really happened to you, what really happened in the events.
Well, I don't know what really happened to me, so I'm with him on that. Does he know what happened to him? I've seen he doesn't know what happened to him, so I'm with him on that. I don't bloody know what happened to me. I know what I saw. I have witnesses that were with me that have gone on record. I have more evidential backup than I would believe just about anyone in there, but I've been at it from day one. So I have to agree. I don't know. Is it from outer space? Is it from the future? Is it this? Is it Elvis? I don't know. So I'm with him on that. I probably did say that. I don't know.
Okay.
Sure.
You also brought into the conversation early on Larry Fawcett and Barry Greenwood's Clear Intent book.
Yeah.
And he was going to work with them and so on and so forth with it. He says that you eventually admitted to both of them, Larry and Barry, that you lied, and so they dumped you from the preparation of their book. Is that true?
Wow. Here come the police. Liverpool, you know, lots of police. But no, that's a lie. And that's a lie. I'm in Clear Intent. I couldn't have been dumped from Clear Intent because I was the only source. They had no contact with Colonel Holt while they were preparing that book, because Holt was not public yet to them. That's a lie, okay? If he said that I'm going to say, old Chuck, you're stretching it there, baby. Completely untrue. That was by Prentice Hall, the book. Now read something to you real quick. This is from Barry Greenwood. An actual letter. I'll just go brief. And this is from 1991. Of course, Clear Intent came out in 83 with the Holt memo. Holt was not part of the process. The authors had never spoken to him. Barry Greenwood is the guy that called me Art Wallace. I never used that name, ever. I just didn't want my name used. but Barry was a MUFON boy, and But here's and as Barry wrote in the copy of my copy of Clear Intent, which was published by a scholastic book publisher called Prentice Hall. They specialized in college textbooks and high school textbooks, so they weren't really a mainstream publisher. And the book, in the end, is rather dry, and documents were used. But Barry's signature to me in the book, which I gave to Peter, my original.
Okay, I just got to fix something on my end, get it back started. My YouTube closed. Kind of weird. Got to open it up again. I apologize for that. So we're going to get it back. I just got to go to my history and get that back. Just give me 1 second. Working on it. It should play where it left off. Yep.
Was not part of the process. The authors had never spoken to him. Barry Greenwood is the guy that called me Art Wallace. I never used that name, ever. I just didn't want my name used. But Barry was a MUFON boy, and But here's and as Barry wrote in the copy of my copy of Clear Intent, which was published by a scholastic book publisher called Prentice Hall. They specialized in college textbooks and high school textbooks, so they weren't really a mainstream publisher. And the book, in the end, is rather dry, and documents were used. But Barry's signature to me in the book, which I gave to Peter, my original copy, says, I forget what Larry wrote, but was, "Thank you for giving us such a wonderful case," quote unquote. I'll never forget that. And, they call them cases, right? It was an hour of my life. Barry wrote this to Peter in 91 whilst we were researching our book. Can I do this real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
It's very faded, but it says cause, and that's Barry Greenwood. It says, "Regards, Barry." But dear Peter, this is to Peter Robbins. I don't know what Peter was asked after. "Thank you for the recent copies. I'll send your Soviet friends some materials." And I think this is at the time when the Voronov incident happened in Russia, which Peter talked about last night on radio, and that's very accurate. So it dates it. My local copier, I think he's saying, is making lousy copies, and I agree. I agree. So as soon as they get the thing fixed, blah, 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 I'll send you the pieces on Bentwaters. I had thought the New York Times had New York Tribune had ceased, but I guess I was wrong. Unsolved Mysteries called me and said they were to do a story on Bentwaters. When? And of course, this is the thing recounted in Left at East Gate, where I was kept off it in the end by Halt, which I'm glad, because it was, well, anyway, I remember, folks, I was alone for a decade before any of them said anything. This is Barry again. I hope you don't mind, but I directed them to you and Larry, as they wanted a real eyewitness. And with you guys having a book coming, the publicity can't hurt. And this is in 1991, so I hadn't seen Barry since the 80s, and still haven't seen Barry since the 80s, or spoke to Barry since the 80s. Because he lived in Massachusetts. I lived in Connecticut and New York City and California and all that. And so there you go, folks. And I mean, that's there. I never admitted to anyone anything. I will say, in Left at East Gate, I wasn't mean to them, but I am an advocate for witnesses, authentic ones. And I called it being a performing monkey, for them. And I think that's how witnesses were treated, by MUFON, Bufora, who has done, early on were doing damage to Rendlesham anyway, to the events. So that's all I can say on that matter, because the letters and paperwork I have run contrary to Halt's narrative. And so I would say that's a lie, or he's been misinformed.
Okay, cool. Cool.
Sorry for the long answer,
No.
but you know what? I need a little recourse here, folks.
I think a bit of balance is due. Okay.
Thank you.
So after that, he starts to go on to specific points within Left at Eastgate.
Okay.
So he tries to break them down. So these might not need such long answers, but if you feel necessary, please do.
Okay.
Okay. So he starts off with mentioning that you were on duty and shots were fired at an A-10 aircraft and that there were bullet holes. He countered that with saying that's impossible. The only place that would that would have been protected would have been the captain's cockpit area, because that's the only bit that had titanium. Do you want to expand on that?
Easy. If you read Left at Eastgate, folks, I talk about that very incident when we were in a secured area and some farmer, I think the landowner's boy or whatever he was, fired a .22 caliber rifle because they go rabbit hunting and little jack deer hunting or whatever they do over there in Suffolk. Not much going on there. And they fired off, and rounds hit an A-10 that was in an alpha area, a secured area that I was on. And I've never, which you can read that, I can't pull it out, but it's in this book. I won't say nothing that ain't true. And you can go to that part. It's when I'm at Bentwater. It's that part of the book. And you will never see any reference to any bullet holes, whatever. What you will say is that I said the rounds bounced off the titanium surface of the aircraft. So that's wrong.
Okay, fair enough. The next one he comes to is that you say that the base was on alert. He categorically says, no way was it on alert.
Yeah, well, he can say what he wants. I took a picture the afternoon of my incident, which would happen that night, the third night, and the base clearly is on alert. And the sign, we know all about the signs. They are not always saying alert. The photos prove it. Peter Robbins wrote a great book called Halt and Woodbridge, a 30-year effort to I forget the subtitle, a whistleblower or whatever, hurting whatever fuck he wrote. But in the end, it destroyed Halt. I think that's a lot of his angst right now, just like his deliberate deception absolutely slaughtered the media whore Pope. And, it doesn't reflect on them. But with truth, Peter isn't, he did what he had to do, and it got done. So, like Halt did in Woodbridge, holding up our book to all the morons that were clapping like seals, not knowing a thing about the events or even what's in this book. I'd like people to read it before they attack it. He's going, on this page, this and that happened. But if you go to the page he refers to, nothing of the sort is even mentioned on the page. So you're being played, folks. So, no. Blah. What was the question? I forget. God, I go on.
Was the base on alert? Yes or no?
It was on alert, and that's been proven, and the photographic evidence proves it. And people can say, I Photoshop pictures. I can barely get on Facebook. A person offloaded all my pictures and meddled with them.
We can come to that a little bit.
I look forward to that. Okay. But yes, we were on alert, and he can say he has, like that legal letter said, he has a right to put out what he wants. But this was 3 days into the events, and of course we'd be on alert. It was a high season with, the Ruskies and Ivan and all that, and we were on alert. And sorry, that's my view, and that's my evidence proves it.
Okay.
That's his opinion.
Okay, let's come on to the next one.
Yeah.
He categorically says that there were no British police officers in the field at the time of the events. Do you want to counter that?
Yeah, there was. You see, Halt's putting out in the big cat killer of a thing here, the cartoon book. And I hate to be mean because I know what putting a book together is, but I'll tell you what, if this is a hobby, there's got to be a cheaper way to go. And here, there's a picnic table in Rendlesham Forest. And as charming and romantic as that might be, it overlooks the part of the field where Halt and his small party of men encountered what they saw, which I don't dispute. I was not with them. I never have claimed to be with them. And yet, in this book I just held up, he puts out forth that it's that's the area I say I went into the field. Now, everyone that knows me knows the event has been there, knows it's not there. It's hundreds of yards away. And so, yes, there were police, and Brian Cresswell was one. They know that. They're all retired. There were police there. So, and Halt was not, even though Bustinza says he saw him around us, which I would not be surprised. I don't recall him in that spot. I asked him, did you wear glasses? And he wouldn't answer me. And that was face to face, because there's a reason I asked him. But I was nowhere near him at all. And there were police there that arrived. On the Halt tape, you can hear them arrive. You can hear the klaxon, which was different than ours. On the police, they were running with rollers when they came out in a Range Rover. End of story. It's on the Halt tape. Bada bing. So I dispute that with him. I disagree with him. That's all I can say.
Okay. Following on from that, a couple of points he made. Initially, you claimed there was 200 people in the field. Then it was 40 people. That there were cows. That the lights were on in the farmer's house, where clearly they weren't because they'd gone to bed. Do you want to counter any of those points?
You want to start with the cows, or what was the first part of that?
The first one says that you claimed there was 200 people in the field, but then you changed your mind to 40 people in the field. So
no, I never changed.
Who was present in the field?
Well, I'm not going to tell you every name because I don't remember them, but I know you've heard on people on radio and on the record, even in Left at Eastgate, people that were right next to me. Are they all lying? As far as 200 people in the field, that's not true. That's a misquote from the early days with Fawcett, Larry Fawcett, when I said upwards of 200 people would have been working that night and been firsthand aware that these things were going on. But ufologists, they have their, people hear things the way they want to hear them, or, you can't expect everyone to get you right. But unfortunately, in this deal, you got to dot your I's. And sadly, so there wasn't 200 people in the field, but there were 200 people. But upwards of 40 out there, and of course there was. I've even heard Halt say there was up to 40, so what's his point? So I'm in agreement with him on that part. I've explained the 200 already, like it or not, I don't care. As far as cows, there were, and I'm not the only one. I don't remember them after a point, but of course we have 14 hours of missing time. That means Burroughs, myself, Bustinza, others, and which is weird. As far as cows, there were, and then there weren't. And Bustinza says that, God bless the cows. In fact, one cow was hit by a car, allegedly. I don't have firsthand information about that. But I think Dot and Brenda probably were more familiar. That's in Sky Crash. I don't know that's the case, but there were farms. As far as the lights on in the house, a light came on. I know exactly the window. And with all that going on, and there was a dog barking, there was a light on. That's the way it was.
Okay, cool.
It wasn't even on the side of the house where the light came on at that point. But I didn't see what they were doing. I didn't know they were out there, any of that. It's a big-ass field. If you've ever been to Capel Green, it's a real big field. The end.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
He now goes on to mention that you stated that Gordon Williams had come out, the wing commander, in his car, which was a very large American sedan, and would have been impossible for a vehicle like that to make its way into the field. It would have just got stuck in the mud and that kind of thing.
Well, can I stop you?
You're talking complete bollocks, basically. He's saying.
Yeah, well, if I had said that, I would be talking complete bollocks, so I agree with you. I've never said that he drove a car out into the field. Peter Robbins addresses that ridiculous claim, just like his claim that we stored A-10 aircraft in the weapons storage area. No, I never said that. I said they came. You can, as you know, on the access road, you can only go so far. And he was in a staff car. Halt's making it like he drove over the barbed wire. It's just nonsense. So, yeah, but he was there, and I wish him well, but he was there, and I didn't mistake him, and I didn't serve a few weeks in the military like Pope says. And, I'd like to see him go through the training I and others went through instead of pushing pencils and living off other people's lives so well. Go ahead. No, it's not. It's complete ridiculous nonsense. It's like his claim that we stored A-10 aircraft in the weapons storage area. He puts this out to probably well-meaning people that really don't know anything about the military. They don't know what even an A-10 is. They don't know anything about the incidents. They want to be entertained and clap like seals. And they like the colonel. You know, the rank means a lot to people, and it should. Unfortunately, you're being sold a lemon by the rank, as you would be on something like this. Go ahead. No, it's ridiculous. It's embarrassingly ridiculous. And people should be insulted that he is able to tell them this. They should be insulted by it. You know, that's funny. Go ahead.
Okay, the name Don Moran. Mean anything to you?
Don Moran?
Yeah.
How do you spell? Is it an M?
He pronounced it Don and then Moran. Don Moran.
That the name ain't hitting me at all.
It didn't come through very clear on the interview with Alison. She claimed that. He claimed.
Oh no, I'm sorry, Don Moreland.
Ah, Don Moreland. Okay, that's
who was
you claimed he was out there. He said impossible. He was in South Wales.
That's a lie. I've never claimed Donald Moreland was anywhere. In fact, I remember him. He was that's a lie on Charles Holt's part. I've never claimed Donald Moreland was anywhere near it. He was our liaison officer for the RAF. That's all I know about him. I met him on our first day when we meet all the command of the base in the All Ranks Club. And I saw him speak and hello and like Eric Berman. That's a lie. That has to be an intentional lie, and I've never said that at all. And actually, a friend of his, I think, grandson works in the prison service here in Liverpool, and I've met him, Don Moreland's grandson, and he's told me a great deal. And of course, his granddad was indeed in Wales. That part's true. That weekend, I didn't know that, and I've never put him there. So that's a lie.
Okay. All right, the next one might need a little bit of expansion on. He says that you've changed your story from being in the field and then waking up in the dorm all muddy, to having handed in your weapon and then gone into the dining hall where you bumped into Penniston. So do you want to correct any of that?
Yeah, easy. And it all covered in Left at East Gate. When I was first dealing with Fawcett in the in 1982, late 82, early 83, I did not want to talk about beings. So that is accurate. I did not want to talk about it because in 1983, remember there are a lot of MUFON people involved on my end over there. You didn't talk about such things. Bud Hopkins couldn't talk about such things. They were lights in the sky people. That's all MUFON was about then. And witnesses were pretty much on their own. So I was wise enough at that point to say, bum, 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 I saw this, and I woke up back in the dorm. And that was easy. Then I went to do BBC Breakfast Time with Larry Fawcett. We're coming back in the limousine on the FDR Drive, and he said, and Larry was a cop, and he said, I know you saw more. And that's when I told him there was more. But, you don't want to get made fun of. Back then, you have to understand the era at the time, 35 years ago. It's very different than now. It was very difficult. You'd be laughed out of any job or anything. So that's how I initially did. But very soon after, once the Halt memo came out and others, it started to have momentum, I said, well, screw it. I'm going to just tell the thing. So that's why I did it. That's accurate to a degree. Nothing intentional there. I was being protective of myself. If that ain't good enough for people, tough shit.
Okay, great.
What was the other part of that? My weapon. Well, in reality, I did come in, and I did run into Penniston. He's verified that in the Chow Hall. And Steve Longera was sitting across from me. He's come out now verifying. He's another backup for me. And he got attacked too.
Yeah, we'll come to Steve a little bit later because he does get mentioned. Okay. Next question, Mark. You claim your clearance was upgraded after all these events happened.
Yeah.
Okay. Holt says that's impossible, because no one on the base had the authority to do it. And if it was to be done, it would have taken 6 months to a year for it to all have gone through, which was way out of the timescale of the time that you spent there. So what happened with your clearance?
Well, fuck if I know. I mean, funny enough, the people that told us that weren't from the base. They were the naval intelligence guy, all verified, all this stuff. NSA guys that were in Ziegler's office, not an underground alien base, folks. And they said, is it true? I don't know. We're 19-year-old guys, and they're telling us the need for secrecy was et cetera, and we're raising your security clearance, thus the penalties will be more stringent if you were to talk. Thus, I had no choice but to believe them. So I just quoted them in our book. Did it get raised? Oh, no. Who knows?
Okay, fair answer.
You see the spin he does,
Yeah, okay.
It's all in Left at Eastgate. People hate when I say that, but, we spend which I can go much beyond that book. I write a whole new one, but it's all there.
Yeah, this is why I think it's important that you put this all into a context that people can understand. Because, he's made statements, there's been no address for you, and obviously it's just...
Well, that's the idea.
It's just statements out of context. So if you can put them into context, it'll help people understand a little bit more.
It's all A-10s in the weapon storage area stuff. Go ahead. He's not doing well so far, on the truth meter.
Okay. Next one, we come to the communication security, ComSec. He said that, you were fined by them.
Yeah.
Apparently they had no authority to do that at all.
Well, maybe they didn't, but I have the paperwork from the Department of the Air Force Accounting and Finance demanding the payment even as late as 1985 on the fine I incurred. And it was all silly fucking games, they call it in the intelligence community, playing with young minds that don't know the system. And I was pulled in. Everything is recounted on that in the security ComSec. Did it happen? They threatened to take my stripes. They said, we'll fine you. And they did fine me because that was being taken out of my pay. I left the military honorably, and that they still pursued that. And I asked them to remit. I have the document from it. I will gladly pay the fine if you show me how I incurred the fine in writing, which was because I called my mother. Right, on the phone, and I was captured doing it with Greg Batram on the payphone, which has been recounted on television, all these kind of things. So, yeah, I did. So he should study up a little more before he runs mouth. Okay.
Okay, let's move on a little bit more now.
I never paid the fine, by the way, and they never got back to me after that.
Okay, great. All right, now he goes on to question a little bit about your recall of the events after the alleged activities in the field. Okay, he says that you mentioned that you were bundled into a car by Chinese-looking guys in suits, that they gassed you, that they took you to an underground base, that you eventually found the plans for this underground base in supplies in a filing cabinet, and that you also mentioned that a friend of yours who was quite a religious guy committed suicide. He basically turns around and says all of that is complete BS. Would you like to challenge that?
Well, there's a lot there. First of all, I was bundled in a car with Sergeant Bastinza, was gassed or some kind of toxin near the new construction. I've been over this many times. Underground base, I don't know. It was taken somewhere. All I can do is recount it. I was missing from the base for a day or two, and that's verified by others, as were some others. I've never said they were Chinese at all. They were feds. Maybe he doesn't like Chinese people. I don't know. Bad experience? I don't know. I've had a bad Chinese every now and then. It's a disturbing part of the thing. I don't like it much either. As far as finding plans for a facility, That wasn't in supply. I worked in security police operations. I was in supply for a bit, and then I worked in ops with Carl Drury and Bonnie Tamplin. That's where I saw her pull the knife and all that. But there were plans to subterranean facilities on the base, and I saw them. That's just my word against his. I don't know what it was. Was it planted for me to see it? I don't know. But there's that. As far as the suicide, verified, it did happen, and they should be ashamed of themselves for whatever they told that person who is known and named, which I won't say here. And of course, they're going to cover that up because they're responsible entities, the officer in command of the base. And if that didn't happen, that was staged for my eyes. Now, I can't believe that would have been the case because it was a big deal. And it did happen. If it didn't, it was staged. And he should be ashamed of himself either way. In fact, all the command should be ashamed of themselves. Because there's two things here. If it happened, it's a tragedy, because I know the guy went AWOL and was returned. If it didn't happen, there were a lot of people in play at that point manipulating. And there was a lot of that going on, by the way. So I may never know. But his just blanket statements of this, not accurate on a lot of it, a big I don't know on the rest, and probably never will.
Okay.
A lot was in play. Okay.
All right. I think at that point we're going to take a little break, have a cup of tea, and I want you to choose a Stevie Ray Vaughan track that I'm going to play. What would you like me to play?
Oh, how about Wall of Denial, one of my favorites.
Wall of Denial, folks. We'll be back in a moment. Okay, we're back with Larry. Larry, you okay to carry on?
Absoluto.
Okay, so now we get into a couple of more difficult questions, I think, that need probably slightly longer, more expanded answers to.
Okay.
Holt talks about how you got dismissed from service.
Discharged.
Yeah. He mentions that...
I was never dismissed from service.
Okay.
That's a lie.
Okay. He says that you were probably put on a chain gang, which was originally set up by Mel Ziegler.
Probably or was. He says probably.
It was. He says it was set up by Mel Ziegler. He was actually against it himself, and eventually it was dropped from the service. But people...
Can we stop at that one so I can address? I can't address because the guy, what he does, his tactic, from what I can see, is just throw a lot of bullshit out, and then it's harder to remember and redress one or two important points. I don't want to miss anything. If you dig what I'm saying, man.
Yeah, of course. But he says that Mel Ziegler put this chain gang together for guys who were being dropped from the service for things such as drug use.
Yeah.
And that the chain gang was basically guys who go around sweeping the yard, picking up rocks, that kind of thing. He says you were on that chain gang because you most likely had used drugs. Do you want to counter that?
Well, I'd love to. First of all, there is no, I saw Cool Hand Luke, many years ago, and that's a chain gang, where guys are chained together doing road details. In the Air Force, there was no such thing as a chain gang. I mean, what era is this guy from anyway? The South, probably. But in the end, no, we had a thing called SNAP, S-N-A-P, where guys were, if you remember One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, they were the black Nick cap kind of thing. And it was degrading. And there were guys that would be put on it was the SNAP program. I forget what that stands for. Any longer serving guy could probably tell you. I was never SNAP. That's a lie. Halt is lying. Never on the SNAP gang. It wasn't even called a gang. It's a detail when you're waiting to out-process, maybe for narcotic use. And I'm talking about marijuana or hash back then. I mean, it was the end of the 70s, really, wasn't it? And or disciplinary problems or psychological problems or you'd be in that if it was something derogatory to a degree. Steve LaPlume, who's a dear friend, was on the SNAP detail because Steve is very open about the fact that he wanted to get the hell out of there and cut himself with a knife and got chased around by the police, and he tells it better. And they put him on that for unsuitability to the military. But you're not chained with anyone. It's just something for you to do. I was never, are we all right?
Yeah, carry on.
I was never a SNAP. I kept my beret. I worked in operations. I just wasn't working on the flight line at all. So that's a lie, and never happened. And I wasn't ever accused of drugs or anything, though. After a trip to Amsterdam, I did have the narco dog team come through my room, which was not uncommon because some guys would be stupid enough to bring dope back. The drug I used of my choice at that time was called cigarettes. I still use them, and I didn't smoke till I went in the Air Force. They kind of promoted that. And thanks. And then before that, I wasn't even a pot smoker in the 70s. I wasn't a drug guy. I go to keg parties and party, and we were drug tested, we were inspected and all that. And I wasn't a drug guy. I just never into it. And the marijuana thing and the Cheech and Chong, it was, it just wasn't my bag. And they make it like everyone in the Air Force run around on dope. It existed, it was there. Again, hash or marijuana. And, but I wasn't party to it, and I didn't do it. So that's a lie. I was never snapped. I was fully a security policeman to the day I flew out of Mildenhall back to Newark. I'm sorry, back to McGuire Air Force Base, and honorably discharged. He's an insulting bastard to say that. You can quote me on that.
Okay, he comes on to the discharge next.
Okay.
He says that, yes, you did have an honorable discharge.
Oh.
But it had a specific code on it, which was either 3910 or 3912, which basically means unsuitable or undesirable for the convenience of the government. He went on to say that finding evidence of that today would be probably impossible because it's locked away somewhere, and the likes of him, even with his rank, and an ordinary person's not going to find it.
Oh.
Do you want to expand on that?
Can I answer this?
Yeah, fire away.
Oh, man. I have a fully honorable discharge, indeed. My military records reproduced at the back of this book to include, and we brought, you see, he's lying again. This is a lie. Again, the man's a liar, and I'm going to call him that. He's a fucking liar. I didn't want to get that heavy with the guy. He's, older guy, but, call a spade a spade. I brought my military record, kids, if you remember me saying earlier, down to Halt in D.C., 93. And I have all my reasons for discharge, even beyond the certificate. It says honorable and faithful service, by the way. There's other paper that goes with that. He shouldn't find that it's locked away. Other parts of my military record are classified. That's a fact, which he knows, as probably other guys. But the reason and the code he refers to, you were telling me 3 numbers, 3s?
He mentioned 2 codes.
Yeah, okay, stop. I got him. Yeah. They are not my code, which he could not figure out, and it's not on the records, and it's a classified code, which he concurred verbally with us, which is in the book, him talking about it, is a 4M. And you would think M means medical. It doesn't. It's not a medical code. 4M. No threes, no nothing he just said. He saw it clearly. He's a liar. And my record of service is honorable. This is to my Congressman, Gerald Solomon, who's deceased now. And it talks about when I was disqualified from Air Force service on 17 September 81, many months after I left, which is very unusual. Gordon Williams handled my discharge, by the way, and it said, "Thank you. Please be assured this disqualification is no reflection on his character of prior service and record of prior service." That's Thomas Allison, Congressional Inquiry Liaison. He's a liar. It's 4M. I have the actual paperwork here. The code does not exist. So the numbers he's throwing out, he's seen them. He's seen the thing. It's bullshit. He's lying. Thank you.
Okay.
Wow. This guy's good, man. I'll tell you. But he's not that good. Wow. It's like you think I'd be sitting there going, oh, I got to get a... It's easy. It's so... He's reaching out to people that have no fucking clue of anything. That's his audience.
All right. He also goes on to mention something called PRP, personal liability. And that's why you lost your weapon and you weren't allowed to access anything further which was secret or secure.
I thought I never had a weapon. He has said I never was.
Okay. The battery is dead. I think I'm going to kill the stream. I want to thank Tino for allowing me to play this audio stream that he did the interview with Larry Warren. I've been streaming for 6 hours. I need to rest and take a break. So maybe on the next Skywatch, I will get the parties on, maybe Tino, Larry, etc., and see what how this interview pretty much transpired, and maybe we'll get them on here. So I am going to now take a break and rest up. Thanks, everybody, for watching the Birdwatch. I hope you enjoyed it. I am going to go and chill out now. So till the next time, I want to thank everybody that was watching it in YouTube chat. Hope you enjoyed it. And once the weather gets better, we'll do a Skywatch. So till then, everyone, you have a great day, and we'll do it again soon. So take care.